This was the scene a couple of weeks ago here on my page. This was what I posted just 2 weeks ago. Halle Berry going to Capitol Hill to lobby for menopause. No, not joking, not kidding. This isn't a Saturday Night Live skit. This is literally what Halle Berry was doing here. And only a couple of weeks later, just in time for Mother's Day, this is Halle Berry again. And I gotta tell you, this really does illustrate so much of the problem. It really, really does. I'm not being mean-spirited. I am just saying it's time for some brutal reality and just a reminder. Halle Berry, folks, we've come a long damn way from Spike Lee movies. Halle Berry, we've come a long damn way from Monsters Ball and X-Men. Halle Berry is 57. What? Halle Berry is 57 years old. And this is what she was doing on Mother's Day. 57. I want to drill that through for just a few moments. 57. This is not about, can you, quote, do with your body what you want to do. My whole thing about it is that as men, we're supposed to regulate what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And a 57-year-old, what exactly is she trying to prove? That's my point. A 57-year-old with kids. By the way, a 57-year-old with kids. And here's my point. My point is that she thinks she thirst trapping. The reason why I know this is because this was the picture that was posted up last year. And what I'm saying is, okay, well, this puts it in a whole different context. I think she did this picture last year and then came back, and her boyfriend, Van Hunt, who, when's the last time he sold an album? I'll let you tell me. Her boyfriend, Van Hunt, decided to take these pictures, and it doesn't surprise me. I find it to be rather coincidental that right after she goes out complaining that she is in menopause, her boyfriend, Van Simp, goes off and decides he wants to take these pictures, and he's talking about how badass she is and this, that, and the other. And it's like, dude, it is, pardon the expression, nakedly obvious what you're trying to do. Here's the point I'm trying to make to everyone here right now. At what point does a female hang it up and get off the field? At what point does she start selling something else, start marketing something else, hang her hat on something else? Nobody's trying to hear about how hot a 57-year-old is. Nobody's trying to hear about how hot a 47-year-old is. Nobody's trying to hear how hot a 40-year-old is, technically speaking here. Not being mean. I'm saying, at what point do you get off the field? Because, you know, as men, if we were 57 years old talking about going back to get our NFL contract, damn! If we were 57 years old talking about going back to get our NFL contract, every single female, they would be watching us at the NFL Combine. They'd be watching us trying to do the 40-yard dash, and they would be openly laughing and mocking us every excruciating step of the way. The women would be blaring out of their windows, hang it up, give it up, you're too old. They would see you trying to run alongside a 25-year-old, and she'd be like, you look ridiculous. What are you trying to prove, and who are you trying to prove it to? Halle, what are you trying to prove? And who are you trying to prove it to by displaying this to the whole world? What are you trying to do? Baby, you old enough to start drawing your AARP. She's literally old enough to start doing ads for Colonial Penn. What exactly are you trying to prove? You were literally just up on Capitol Hill begging us for hundreds of millions of dollars for your menopause. Baby, what are you marketing here? This is the point. And to you guys who you have your YouPorn and your OnlyFans subscriptions, I ain't talking to you. I'm not talking to you. You're a lost cause. You're going to spend the rest of your life rubbing on yourself, looking into a computer monitor. That is your fate. It is what it is. Hasta la vista. But to the rest of you fellas out here, by the way, what are we supposed to do with a 57-year-old postmenopausal female? What are we supposed to do? Exactly what is the enticement or the seduction that we're being offered by a 57-year-old in menopause? That's the question I'm asking, because this is not a barometer about the women. This is a barometer about the men. What type of male population has dudes in their 20s and all the way up to their 60s responding positively here? Aren't the men supposed to be more discriminating because this is going to cost you something? This is the best you can do? She's 57 years old and in menopause. The only picture she needs to be taken in her underwear, much less her drawers, is some Depends. Auntie, chill. That's the only underwear she needs to be wearing for public display, much less walking around wearing nothing. What are you trying to say? What I'm saying is that the male population has become so desperate, it has become Generation Cuck to such a ridiculous, shameful degree that this is what the hell you end up with. You end up with this. You end up with a bunch of dudes sitting up here trying to glorify their vastly reduced options. That's what you end up with. Fellas trying to justify their outrageously diminished options. That's the problem. We're supposed to be looking for the next Halle Berry at 57. We're supposed to be watching for the next one. We can't really do that because the last one won't get the hell off the stage. That's why the young females got to come out extra hard. That's why the young females got to come out brash. The young females got to come out throwing elbows, because the old hoes won't ever get off the stage because the fellas are so desperate they'll keep stuffing money in the drawers of senior citizens. That's the standard that the fellas have today. The fellas are so absolutely starved of any options that a senior citizen, he'll be sitting right there next to her. He makes no distinctions whatsoever. Halle Berry, I'd take either one. And this is why the women don't respect us as men. You talk about feminism, but you need to talk about the lack of masculinity. Masculine men are supposed to hurt feelings. Masculine men are supposed to set standards. Masculine men are supposed to say, baby, you are not acceptable. You ain't up to code. That's what we're supposed to do, not to be mean, but because that is essential to the survival of the species and the people. And when you start sitting up here just accepting every damn thing, this is what the hell you end up with. If I'm telling the truth, fellas, give me the thumbs up emoji in the chat room and hit the likes button for me. I know we're just getting started. There's over 1,200 people in here in just the first 5 or 6 minutes, but I got a lot of ground I want to cover. If I'm telling the truth, though, that as men, when it comes to our standards, we ain't supposed to be sparing people's feelings. We're supposed to tell them exactly what the hell we think. Give me the thumbs up emoji and hit the likes button. When men become desperate and just leave the door open to everybody, it becomes a race to the bottom. So the men end up giving maximum effort for minimal benefits. And then can't figure out why the females don't respect you. Of course you know why. Of course you know why. Because most men today don't actually have a female, they're fantasizing. So they'll just take anything that's willing to strip naked. And the women know this, which is why Halle Berry is trying to bring these cellulite-ridden cheeks out there. And she's not the only one. All I can say is you already know it's coming. Brace yourselves. Because their magazine isn't a big enough joke yet. Sports Illustrated has finally just thrown in the towel and said, man, screw it all. Can we get a check from Oprah? I wonder how much Oprah paid to get her girlfriend Gayle on the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition. You know full damn well that Gayle has been fantasizing about doing this her entire life. And when I say cringe, I do mean cringe. Look at the expression on her face. Even she can't believe she's doing this. But she's like, screw it all. Hail Mary. It's now or never. She doesn't even look comfortable in her own skin, much less in a swimsuit. And there's a very good reason for that, by the way, because this was the article here from People Magazine. And boy, oh boy, I gotta tell you, if anything says lack of commitment, this headline right here says it all. Nothing says I don't give a damn about this swimsuit photo shoot like, by the way, I'll catch y'all on my way back from Fatburger. Yeah, let them young gals worry about the rest of. Nothing says I don't give a damn about your swimsuit photo shoot. She said, I'm here to vomit all over y'all's damn photo shoot here. Catch me at the drive-thru at Wendy's on the way back. Do you think that a 25-year-old would do this? Absolutely not. You know why? Because a 25-year-old would be thinking about the next 20 years. They would be thinking about the runway in front of them. An old lady who ain't nobody checking for. That's why she can act so dismissive and disrespectful. Because ain't no runway in front of her. The runway is all behind her. As a matter of fact, she's on the other side of the fence at the airport. She skidded off the runway decades ago. A 25-year-old would be worried because they'd be like, hey, I don't want to be a laughing stock for the next 20 years. A 60-year-old, and Gayle is 59, a 60-year-old ain't giving a damn about no 25 years from now. She's like, I might not even be here. So it's a joke to her. And in the process, by the fellas sitting up here, oh, fellas, tonight's program is about you. Let me be very, very clear about that before I go any further. Tonight's program is about you. I'm referencing the women, but fellas, we got to have a come to Jason moment. But tonight's program is about you because the foolery is being instigated by the fellas. Correction. Let me make sure about that right quick here. Boy, I'm missing my damn articles here, as a matter of fact. Chat room, you're correct. I was being too gracious there. She's 69. Gayle is going on 70 years old. 70. 70 years old. Talking about tasteful cleavage. Do you understand the level of delusion you have to inhabit here? Tasteful cleavage at 70? 70.
Auntie, chill.
Grandma, chill. I need to go find a sound bite for that. Fellas, this is a failure of the men. Because there's dudes who are in the comment section talking about, Gayle look good. The only 70-year-old female who, quote, looks good in a bikini is in the eyes of a 90-year-old man. What in the hell are you talking about? This woman don't even look comfortable. Even she knows this is cringeworthy and laugh-worthy. Even she looks like, oh my God. This don't look like a bad broad you walking down the beach with. She looks like she knows this is a comedy skit. She looks like that damn Spanx up under there is screaming for its life. This is the problem. Men's standards have dropped so damn low that now the standard is no longer a beautiful female versus an ugly female. It's a virtual female versus a, quote, real one. Regardless of her age, her looks, her build, body odor, anything else. This is what we're up against today. This is why females can sit here and be so adamant. And now, we have swept straight past 40 is the new 20. Now we're at 60 is the new 20. Next stop, 75. No, we're going to blow straight past 70. Next stop, 75. And at this point right now, what they are telling us as men is that regardless of your age, regardless of your financial and socioeconomic accomplishment, which is the real target, regardless of who you are and what you are as a man, you're supposed to just take whatever in the hell approaches you. Regardless of her age, regardless of her looks, regardless of her attitude, regardless of her value, you as a man got to be peak value. The female just has to be able to fog a mirror. That's what we're supposed to be. That is the message we're being sent now. Not we're on our way to it. We're already there. We are there right here, right now, today. She got 5 kids, so what? She's got STDs, so what? She got 8 abortions, so what? She looks like Lizzo, so what? She smells like bologna, so what? She's broke as a damn joke, so what? You work your ass off. You are undesirable. If you don't have your money together, why you're economically undesirable. But the women can drag any old soggy sack of potatoes through the door and you just got to buy it. That's what we're being told right now. Not 5 years from now, not 10 years. We are here today. It's here. It's here. That as a man, you don't have any standards. You just take whatever slumps its way through the door. Here comes Gayle. Man, to the fellas who are in the comment section and the ones who are listening to me right now, and you know whom you are, sitting up here talking about Gayle look good. Fella, this is what happens when your money ain't never been right. Just call it like it is. This is what becomes of you when your money ain't never been right. You just never got it together. Just your whole damn life. I mean, you had the pocket protectors as a kid. You had the thick glasses. You never developed any social skills. And you got older and then just the options just never came. The options just never came. So here you are just on the low trying to tell everybody, Gayle look good. If Gayle looks good, what the hell looks bad? That's my question. If Gayle looks good, what the hell looks bad? What is bad if Gayle is a catch? Do you all understand that? You're telling me that Gayle King is a catch at 69? 69. Okay, if she's a catch to you, then what in the hell does it take to not be available? What the hell does it take to not be acceptable if 69 comes in under the bar? There are too many broke, destitute, beaten down mama's boys spent their lives either sitting in front of a television or in front of a video game machine for their entire lives, and their ability to accept any sort of discomfort such as rejection is zero. So they'll just grab whatever will grab them. They'll grab whatever will grab them, and in the process, they're trying to sit up here and bully all of us into thinking that these are our best damn options. A bunch of little old ladies talking about sitting on the damn couch watching soap operas. This is what we're being told we have to accept. Yeah, all these females I'm showing you, think about this for a few moments. The real bad broads wasn't even born when these chicks were in their prime. Toni Braxton is 56 years old now. 56. Halle is 57. Gayle is 69. So all the men now are looking for their centerfolds at the rest home? This is where we at today? And you wonder why it is the chicks on Facebook are looking at you crazy talking about, well, I'm 35 years old with 6 kids and I think I'm a dime. Y'all wonder where they get that from. All you broke, raggedy ass pookies sitting up here, and anything with a set of ovaries, you thumbs up, and ooh, you beautiful queen, I lay up with that. None of these women showing their real hair because they got to color it now. All of them are grayed. They're not even pretending they fit the model anymore. But let me tell you, as these fellas' resources and capabilities have dwindled, what qualifies for them has dwindled as well. That's dwindled as well. As the men's options have deteriorated, as the men's viability and maturity has deteriorated, the standards for what qualifies has deteriorated also. We supposed to treat Toni Braxton like we used to treat Lena Horne. Yes, I said it.
And deal with it, nigga.
You supposed to talk about she got a sweet voice. You supposed to be able to talk about she can sing. She ain't no sex symbol. She was a sex symbol 25 years ago. This is the fault of the men. We're not supposed to be making sex symbols out of 56-year-olds and 66-year-olds. That's pathetic, and these women know it. They don't have respect for us as a result. We're supposed to be looking at the next generation and boosting the next generation. I'm sitting up here showing you chicks who literally have 30 years. 30 years of tenure in show business. They've been in show business longer than the real baddies have even been alive. That's the point I'm making. The real bad chicks weren't even born when Halle Berry was first breaking into show business. Them girls weren't even born yet. As men, we do ourselves a huge disservice by boosting this. Because you boost Halle, and then the chicks on your timeline, juicy size 16 with 4 kids and $100,000 of student loan debt, and you wondering why she's on your timeline flexing. Cause she saw you thought Halle was a catch. And as men, the problem is so many fellas are so damn broke, dusty, and desperate that they'll just take whatever in the hell flies them to the front door. See, here's the problem. The problem is most of these fellas will lie to us. As men, they'll lie to other men. Problem, when the women show up in front of them, they show the real thing. They'll show the real thing then. They'll show the real thing. Yes. Halle got in the game before Tupac got killed. Halle got in show business before Tupac got killed. And here she is all these decades later with a bunch of destitute deadbeats who can't do a damn thing for her. And they sit there, let me go ahead and show you the next thing. Not that it's going to matter. And I'm not beating up on her. I'm really, really not. Not that it's going to matter. Did you look at them elbows, Butch? Damn! Now, I'm not going to beat up on her very long here, but what I am going to say is, by the way, I couldn't help but notice them elbows. Well, she doesn't have the high-buy action here, no, but it does look like vulture feet. So, the fellas, they got to take whatever the hell they can get. Whatever in the hell they can get, that's what they gonna grab. And aren't y'all glad I blurred out the rest? They gonna take whatever the hell they can grab. And then sit here and tell you that this is what's acceptable. Then you wonder why the females are looking at us crazy. Then you wonder why they're looking at us nutty as hell. Cause like, I'll be damned. If them elbows are acceptable, you can overlook my 4-5 kids. Need me some Pepto. Gotta hit the Pepto. No, what I'm saying is that as men, the reason for having your value where it needs to be is so that we can leverage that and make the proper demands. Halle Berry is supposed to be doing the Judy Dench roles. No, baby, sex symbol me ass at 57. Baby, you trying to run with the damn 27-year-olds. She is still out here because of you, Van Hunt. And by the way, if your career, if his career ever picks up again, that's the end for Halle. By the way, oh yeah, one more thing. Halle Berry is 57. Van Hunt is 54. What? By the way, Halle Berry is 57. Her boyfriend, Van Hunt, he's 54. He's 54. Let me go ahead and throw a few things on that while I'm at it. Let me go ahead and throw a few things on that while I'm at it. Take me just a moment here because I want y'all to see. Some of these folks just don't get it. Your man Van Hunt, and I'm not beating up on anybody here, but I just thought I would go ahead and I can't really show his page because his page is the one that this picture came from, and Facebook will, YouTube will, they'll go ahead and put that stuff up, but if I sit up here and show it on mine, they'll say it's a violation if I do it. So, yeah, there's that. All right, first of all, let's go ahead and take a look at a few things here. That's Van Hunt's page. Van, I see what you're doing. Van, I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I ain't hating on it. But I want to take a moment here to point out to everybody, by the way, that's Van Hunt's Instagram page. That's his. That's Halle Berry's boyfriend. That's her dude. Come from the music business decades ago. That's his Instagram page. This is Halle Berry's. This is hers. By the way, thought I would point that out. When we start talking about these females, and we spent all last year talking about chicks at Usher's concert. Chicks at Usher's concert disrespecting their baby daddies, disrespecting their boyfriends, and then you took a look at his follower count, Keke Palmer, and then you took a look at her boyfriend's follower count. One of you clearly has far more status than the other one does. One of you clearly does. And that's the part that I'm pointing out here is, by the way, I couldn't help but notice, Halle, it looks like you have far more status than your boyfriend does. And I'm just wondering if he saw this, because those pictures are posted on his Instagram page, not hers. So I'm just wondering if he was seeing this as an opportunity to get his numbers up and get his weight up so he can release some more independent music. Just wondering if that's what he had in mind. Or do you all think that I'm assuming too much about the man? Just thought I'd go ahead and throw that in there. Van Hunt is trying to convince you that he got a dime. Why, Van? Because you understand that in the entertainment business, a man only has as much sex appeal as the females he can attract. You only have as much sex appeal as the females you can attract. When's the last time that Van Hunt had something truly fly on his arm? Not beating up on Van. I'm not doing that. I'm saying, brother, I see what you're doing. This is for marketing purposes. Halle Berry got more views for the photograph than you got on your whole page. I see what you're doing. But what I'm also doing here is saying, hey, let's just keep it all the way real. This ain't no baddie. Fellas, people, can we all agree? Can all of us agree here before we go any further? Can we all agree there is no such creature as a 57-year-old baddie? Let's stop the bull jive and sitting up here sparing folks' emotions and sparing their feelings. Can we all agree there is no such animal as a 57-year-old baddie? You can't be 57 and a baddie. You can be 57 and better than the other 57-year-olds. Well, it's amazing your joints and your cartilage have held up as well as they have. Congratulations. But a 57-year-old baddie? People, if you can be a baddie at 57, then the term baddie has gone out the window. Boy, I'm telling you, okay, some of the fellas in here, just Pookieville vision is on display.
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you?
I got fellas in here talking about, what about Angela Bassett? Okay, folks, let's just stop. Some of y'all got some maturing to do. Let me go ahead and say this first. A bunch of you fellas, you have been so deprived of any actual female contact that you don't even care if it's fake. You look at Photoshop pictures all day, and the problem isn't that the men don't know it's photoshopped. Even when you tell them, man, this is Photoshop, this is fake, this isn't just airbrush, this is a whole fabricated image of this person. The fellas say, I don't care. They sit there and drool, I don't care. When a fella is sitting up here giving props to a Photoshop image that isn't even real, it's like, dude, your attention doesn't even have to be qualified for. It doesn't have to be qualified for. This nigga will sit up here and get sexually aroused over figments of his imagination. I love Angela Bassett. She is one of the, if not the greatest living actress in the world today. That woman is not a good actress. She is an incredible actress. She has been a fantastic credit to her people. She is the flip side of Denzel Washington, which is why only Angela Bassett could play the immortal Betty Shabazz. Next to Denzel Washington's Malcolm X. Those two right there, that is the royal family of acting. Period, point blank, end of discussion. That woman is not a legend, she's an icon. Let me be very, very clear about that before I say anything else here for the folks here who might want to try to get it twisted. Angela Bassett is not a legend. She's an icon. She has forgotten more about acting, forgotten more about the craft of what she does than any of these chicks out here today are ever going to learn. Angela Bassett is also 65 years old. What? Angela Bassett is 65 years old. Damn. Angela Bassett is 65 years old.
And deal with it, nigga.
If that upsets you, it upsets you. Angela Bassett is 65 years old. 65. How hot do you expect me to be? How aroused do you expect me to be? How much of a flex is that? You talking about, what about Halle? What about Angela Bassett? What about her? What about her? She's 65 years old. What you want us to do with that? What are we supposed to do with a 65-year-old as far as a sex symbol? Fantastic actress. She should continue to do so. She stunts on them. Is she in fantastic shape? Yes. For a 65-year-old, she sure is. She is in phenomenal shape for a 65-year-old. I'm not going to take my eyes off the fact, by the way, when you start trying to sell it as a sex symbol, 65, whoa. Whoa, 65? 65 is that? Because here's the real shame of it. See, this is the reason why, as a black man, and I am identifying it tonight as a black man, and all the non-black people in the audience here tonight, we're getting to set something straight. As a black man, we got to start drawing this line very, 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 very tightly because everybody else follows our lead. Everyone else follows our lead. We are the trendsetter. We set the example. Nobody was talking about thighs and butts before we made it legit. Now they're sitting out here killing themselves at plastic surgeons trying to do that. We sit up here and tell you grandma's gone wild is the new standard, that we can accept that. Next thing you know, it all goes downhill. No, we got to claw it back. I respect Angela Bassett as an actress. I respect her as the icon that she is. She's not competing with she's a 65-year-old. I'm not going to sit up here and be irrational and say she's competing with the 25-year-olds any more than a 65-year-old Muhammad Ali could compete with a Tank or a Devin Haley. He can't compete with them. Mike Tyson, you're not competing with these 25-year-olds, dude. No disrespect. You ain't competing with them. You're not. Bro, you sitting there jumping around right now. You're in great shape for 50-something years old. Man, brother, you ain't competing with none of them. That's not an insult. That's math. That's not an insult. That's biology. When Mike Tyson was 25 years old, he was knocking them old niggas out. Shout out Larry Holmes. When Mike Tyson was 25 years old, he was knocking them old niggas out. And Mike didn't want to hear about respecting them old dudes. Mike was like, hey, the old fella you respect is laying on his ass in the middle of the ring right now. Hand me that belt. You can respect him all you want to. He gonna be laying down right here in the next 20 minutes. All of y'all can come around like a funeral procession. He'll still be here. Let me go ahead and leave right quick. He'll still be down here. Fellas, what I'm saying is your standards have become destitute, man. Not just low, destitute. Because you don't have anything a female wants, so you'll just take any female who slumps her way through the door. And in the process, you sacrificed all the standards. No, there is no such creature as a 40-year-old baddie. Not unless your money just ain't never been right. Not unless your status just ain't never been right. Just tell the damn truth. That's the best you can do. Okay, let it be that. Let it be that. No, I was the guy who taught you all this over a decade ago, and I will not move. And people hate it when I come up with slogans because my slogans catch on. Well, it's the truth. There's no such animal as a 30-year-old dime, and there's no such creature as a 40-year-old baddie. No, there isn't. She can be in very good shape. She can be in very good condition. That isn't what determines if you're a baddie. That ain't it. Being a baddie is a young chick's game. That's why the term didn't exist until the last decade. It's a young woman's game. And as men, we're never supposed to delude the females about where they rank. The chicks who over 40 talking about what's wrong with being over 40. I didn't say there was anything wrong with it except if you false flag as a baddie. I already said that. And there's a reason why the women get visibly upset and visibly shaken. You know why? Because men give maximum benefits to a bad-looking young broad. Y'all remember what it was like when you were 25. You cannot compare the benefits that men were offering you at 25 to what they offering you at 45. Nor can you compare the men. Back then, you were available to tall, dark, handsome, charismatic, up and coming, vivacious. His joints and everything else worked. He didn't look like a joke coming through the damn door. Now you got to take whatever in the hell you can get. You gotta take whatever the hell you can get. You don't get to pick from the litter anymore. You gotta take what takes you. Now you gotta start making excuses for him. You don't have a man of status. You don't have a man that when you say his name, other people know who you're talking about. You don't have that at 45 and 55. Damn sure not at 65. It ain't available. It don't work that way. Well, I mean, let me rephrase that. Yes, you can. You're a baddie at 40 if the nigga is 60. Now that will work. Yeah, you can be a baddie at 40 if all the men judging you are 60. Then yes, you can qualify as a baddie to the senior citizen set. You sure can. But the fellow who still got black hair, the fellow who can still bench 400 pounds, the fellow who can still push a $200,000 car, the fellow whose status speaks for itself, you say his name and people know who it is, ain't hating. It ain't hating. Jasmine, the fellas who got it in their 20s and 30s, we weren't looking for a 20-something-year-old. We were looking for something older, but we weren't trying to commit to nothing. But the chicks who could, she got to be all the way on point. So, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's keep it real. Baby, you can, if you go on Instagram right now, take a look at the folks who got $100,000 cars. The fellas got them. The females are trying to figure out where they can bag one. Let's just keep it real now. And let's not even talk about the 30s. We won't even discuss about the time we get to the 30s. By the time we get to the 30s, the fellas are broken out and ain't looking back. The females are wondering if they'll ever get to sniff the inside of a G-Wagon. Let's just keep that real. Let's just keep that real. No, the females are going to have to go, ma'am, okay, how is telling the truth crapping on y'all? See, when it's men, we got to suck it up. If a man is 40 years old talking about getting a record deal, you females have no problem telling him to his face, nigga, you too old for that, give it up. If a fella is 45 years old talking about getting his NFL contract, every single female in here would have no problem looking him in the face and talking about,
nigga, please.
You wouldn't even be nice about it. You would be laughing at him. You would be mocking him. Let's stop with that garbage. You'd be mocking him. There's not a single female in here who was looking at Tiki Barber talking about, yeah, he can make it back to the league. All of you were looking at him talking about, that's sad, that's pathetic, he should have handled his money better, should have married that Asian woman. That's what the hell y'all said. None of y'all said, oh boy, I can't wait to see him playing for the Bengals. None of you. Females have no problem whatsoever telling the man to his face, quick, fast, in a damn hurry, when he doesn't qualify, when he's too old, when it's passed him by. Women have no problem throwing that in a man's face, to telling him that that's no longer an option for you. Y'all have no problem saying that. Okay, but if the men say it, let's be clear about something, folks. A 50-year-old female never got cheated on her man never cheated on her with a chick who was older than her. You ain't never seen a 50-year-old female talking about my man cheated on me with a chick who's 60. Y'all scared to damn death for him to walk through the checkout lane at the grocery store. God forbid he come across something younger than you that actually will smile back. You're like, oh my God, here it comes, my march. Here come my exit papers. I just got my walking papers. I'm saying let's be real. See, this is not about liking you. To the females who are upset right now, this isn't about liking you. This is about respecting you. Respecting you means I tell you the truth. And let's just keep it real. You're not going to get me off what I was saying. You know the type of benefits you were getting when you were young. You know the kind of benefits you were getting when your ass set up firm and it shook while it was sitting up firm. It's like, wait a minute, how do you get it to jiggle and it's sitting up firm? How does that happen? when everything on you was smooth and round and curvaceous just naturally. You know the type of benefits you were getting back then. You know what men were offering you. You know what they were showing you. Fellas were walking in the door talking about you getting flued out. Fellas were walking in the door talking about benefits and not asking you for doing nothing except here's yourself there and look cute. That's what you were being offered at 20 and 25 years old. The world was laid at your feet. The world was laid at your feet. That's what you were getting back then. You can't compare that level of benefits also commensurate with the level of effort. The men weren't really asking you to do nothing. They weren't really asking you to do nothing. All you had to do was show up and that little tight dress just still needed to fit. You didn't have to wear, don't you remember the old days when you didn't have to wear any makeup? You were at the height of your abilities. You were in your prime. Call it for what it is. You were at the height of your abilities. And the benefits you were being offered were commensurate with the height of your abilities. If you qualified for a man who drove a Porsche, you could get him. And if you qualified for one who drove a Ferrari, you could get him too. At 55 years old, baby, ain't nobody in the Ferrari even stopping. There's nothing in a Ferrari stopping for you at 45 and 55 years old. If he does stop, it's only because the damn traffic light caught him. What? He's looking straight forward. He ain't looking over at you at all. I've been to them places. You go to Beverly Hills. You go to Miami. The chicks over the age of 35 sitting in their convertibles. Dudes ain't even turning their heads. They're not even turning their heads. I'm not beating up on you. I'm saying, hey, by the way, isn't this an anatomical fact? They're not even turning their heads. Them dudes looking straight forward. You know why? Because he's thinking about that damn Bentley payment. He ain't got time to bull jive around. Either you come correct or you don't come. And damn a 40-something-year-old, how is he gonna flex about that? What is he flexing on? No, I'm serious. You showing up with Gayle damn me King. What the hell are you flexing on, bruh? There's no muscle tone. They gotta Photoshop all the wrinkles out. She looks like an AI character here. That means that man just had to hit her with everything. The only wrinkles you see on her forehead, you take a look at her forehead, and then you take a look at the rest of her. That doesn't even look right. I wonder how many days of photoshopping they had to do. Is that $1 million worth of feminine excellence sitting on your screen right now? Now let's cut past the bull jive. Look on your screen. Is that $1 million worth of feminine excellence? That when you take a look at that, you're saying that's the epitome of feminine. That's $1 million worth. Why, Gayle, the fella making $100,000 a year, you shouldn't even sniff in his direction. That, baby, you got $1 million. $1 million. So that's $1 million worth? That's $1 million worth? Where? I'm saying let's be real. Where? That's $1 million of feminine excellence and performance? Where? No. At 69 years old, that's only $1 million to a nigga that's 90. And even the fellas who are 90 years old, they get their Anna Nicole Smith on. He's like, hey, if I'm getting ready to go out, I'm going out with a real bad one. Get this old ass half away from me. Get her away from me. What are we doing? What are we doing? No, you ain't got to like it because I'm telling the damn truth. Let me get this picture here blown up so you all can see this here. This is the picture that they was really trying to stun on. Sports Illustrated, y'all might as well go ahead and start closing up the magazine now. It's time to go ahead and start closing the magazine up. It's already over. A man's supposed to work his ass off. A man is supposed to work his ass off. He's supposed to become a top dollar dude. He's supposed to become peak value. He is supposed to sit up here and get millions of dollars, and this is his reward. And remember, Sports Illustrated is read by young men and old men. So the young fellas are supposed to see this, and this is what's supposed to condition them and say, well, I guess I got to go for that too. What? I know you young fellas would talk, respect your elders, but that's not what this is about. That's not what this is about. I want to know who the fellas are who done work their asses off to have $1 million worth of value, and you telling me, Jason, I'm when I think about what matches my level of performance and my level of resources, this is what I had in mind. This is what I had in mind. Here. No, 60 is not the new 20. Yes, it is embarrassing. Yes, it is humiliating. Get off the field. Give it up. Stop trying to pressure everybody and bully everybody into telling you that you have yet one more run left in you. No, you don't. The train left the station. Halle Berry, you've had too many damn options that you fumbled. You had option after option after option, and because of your mental and emotional instability, you screwed them all off. Now you're going to come back here at 57 and you think Van Hunt is going to get you hot again? I'm not beating up on you, Halle. What I'm saying is, baby, the ship has sailed and sunk. That's it. You are in very good condition for a diabetic 57-year-old. I'm not beating up on her because of her diabetes, and I'm not beating up on her because of her age. You're in very good shape for a 57-year-old. Stop doing stuff that the young sporty females do. The young sporty females got to sit up here and do drastic stuff for attention. The young sporty females show their butt cheeks because their value is high, so she's got a lot of capital to lose, to be able to lose. Baby, at 57, you ain't got nothing to lose. You can't spare a penny. Young chicks sit up here and jockey for attention. Young chicks sit up here and say, hey, notice me. Young chicks sit up here and put their butt cheeks on display because she figures she's got another 20 years of viability in front of her. You trying to play a young woman's game. You had a damn flashback to when you was a 25-year-old hot thing. And I'm saying, baby, check your calendar. Stop it. You can't compete with them. Van Hunt did this because he wanted you to stop nagging him because you in menopause. He trying to make you feel better. And what you need to do is sit up here and go snuggle up with him and go feel better. Although I strongly suspect, she's not going to like this. I strongly suspect, based on some of the things I've seen, not just your track record with men, I mean, that's enough by itself. But I strongly suspect, because of some of the things that I've seen on Van Hunt's Instagram page, I strongly suspect he's already looking past you, and he's really trying to get his weight up so he can get his viability together for the next thing he gonna try to go bag. So you are here to keep Van's name, I can't even say hot, it's just barely lukewarm, but you are here to keep his name slightly smoldering so that he can go ahead and make another run out here in this field. And I promise you, all the folks here who think that this is sincere, I promise you, the next chick Van Hunt comes strolling out with ain't gonna be nowhere near 57 years old. The next one he comes strolling out with ain't gonna be nowhere near 57 years old. Not at all. Let me explain to you why the fellas are stupid and screwed up right now. And yes, I'm saying it just like this. Stupid as hell. Let me explain to you why the fellas are dumb with this. Let me tell you why it's stupid here, fellas. The reason why it's stupid is because we are supposed to be disqualifying people. We're not supposed to include everybody. As men, particularly as men who have built up resources, status, intellect, social viability, a man who is a builder, we're supposed to be an exclusive product. We're not supposed to be available to everybody. Exclusive products make people mad. Exclusive products make people angry. Exclusive products make people upset because by definition, everybody can't have it. It's reserved for the select few. You have no leverage if everybody gets one. You have no value if everybody gets one. That's why when a fella's value is low, when you take a look at a chick, she come rumbling through the damn door with bastard kids, STDs, bad attitude, screwed up mental and emotional issues. Oh, dude, that's the best you can do. Exclusive product is supposed to say, we got standards over here. Wait a minute. Your body count and your age are too close together. That's what men who have value are supposed to be saying. They're supposed to be saying that, hey, baby, your body count and your age are too close together. You 45 years old and your body count is in the same zip code. It's like, oh, wait a minute. The man is supposed to have standards. If everybody done slept with your damn woman, then where's the exclusivity? What did she sacrifice to be with? Who did she disqualify in order to be with you? Who? Who did you beat out? She take everybody who come through the door. Who did you beat out? As men, we're supposed to upset them. We're supposed to make folks mad. We're supposed to make them say, hey, you're excluding people. Yes, that's what we're supposed to do. If we are valuable, we're supposed to say, no, not you. Not you. And yes, they will be angry for a minute, but just like that Birkin bag they've always been angry of, they are angry, but they value it. Fellas need to stop being destitute and out of damn options. So you can start saying, hey, here's the stuff I disqualified. Here's the stuff I said no to. I got the option of saying no. Most men today don't actually have the option of saying no. They're in constant drought. They're constantly begging. They're constantly starving. And because they're sex starved, they just lap up anything. I'm seeing these hateful ass shrews talking about Andrew Huberman. Well, he's 47 years old, but yeah, he does CrossFit. He's square jawed. They're upset. Oh, he slept. All the mean girls, they do whole articles talking about, oh, well, forget his medical credentials and nutritional credentials here. Take a look at all the girlfriends he's had. Okay, he's had the ability to say no. He's 47 years old. 47 years old. Money is stacked straight. Status is stacked straight. Yes. And he is enjoying all the benefits thereof. He has the option of grabbing a 25-year-old. He's got that option because all the pieces are in place. He ain't lacking. And yes, I will say it here. Let me go ahead and just remind you, baby, men don't have to go to Capitol Hill talking about, can you throw a few dimes for menopause? What? Take a look behind Halle Berry here. I ain't beating up on you, Halle, but I want you all to understand. Take a look at this picture. Do you see the women? You are the company you keep. Take a look at behind Halle Berry. Do you see this? Do you see this behind her? It looks like a Depends commercial. It's even lit like one with all those bright pastel colors. This looks like the commercial breaks during the daytime for The Price is Right. Did y'all notice all those commercials are the same? Citracel, Metamucil, Depends, Colonial Pen. Did you notice all those commercials are shot the same? All the colors are bright and evenly toned. There's no shadows anywhere. You ever notice that? This is Halle Berry on Capitol Hill, and it looks just like one of those commercials, complete with the little old ladies behind her. I didn't make this up. This is the photo opportunity that she set up. This is the one that she set up. And what I'm saying is, by the way, a sex symbol. Do you see her social circle behind her? Are you kidding me? She's talking about the end. That's the point. She's talking about the end. Because, let's just say it straight, menopause is finality. You can't even pretend that you've got all your sexual faculties anymore. Menopause is where you can't even fake it anymore. It's gone. It's over. Hope you enjoyed the kids you had, because any man who meets you from here on in, he can't do nothing but be envious and fantasize. You got nothing to offer him but whatever you offered him. As men, I'm saying it. As men, we don't have that problem. That's the way nature engineered it. As men, our runway is from the age of 13, roughly the age of 13 till death. Any female we meet, we will always be able to begin a new legacy. As a female, your window of legacy is short. That's why you must choose correctly, because what does a man gain by marrying getting into a menopause marriage? Why would he marry menopause? Why? For what? Unless he's just scared to be alone, and that's not going to save him either. What does a man gain from a menopause marriage? What does he get marrying you that he wasn't already getting dating you? What? I know that can be a tough pill to swallow, but by the way, the females are ruthless with the men. They're heartless. If a man don't have the money, she tells you, nigga, you broke. If a man doesn't have the money, she says, you ain't got it. That's your ass. Well, that's what we get. Okay, but for the females, it's just, well, do whatever, really? So if she says she's sexy, that's it. Really? Fellas, we are supposed to disqualify people. We're supposed to say no. We're supposed to leave the ones sitting over there on the side by themselves. We're supposed to have them sitting up seeing if they can get up with the sanitation worker or the janitor down the street. That's what's supposed to happen. If everybody can get a productive, resourceful, admired man, then we just destroyed the value of being a productive, resourceful, admired man. If everybody can get one. If we don't reserve what we got for the choice cuts and the very finest, if we don't do that, then we're telling the world what the value is of it. No wonder all these chicks are out here telling you, hey, we should all get one. And what's the first thing they do? They try to pull a Megyn Kelly and they start sitting up here trying to jam you up and elbow you and tell you, hey, you need to be looking at us older chicks. When you know full damn well the peak value is for something younger, not 57. You're not going to like that. You're not going to like that. That's the issue. That's the issue. In the chat room here, I'm going to say this real quick. If anybody mentions anything off subject, mentions Diddy again, I don't know who it is who keeps trying to troll. The folks trolling doing that, I don't know who it is who's doing that. But to my mods, if they mention Diddy and I haven't mentioned Diddy, just ban them. I don't know. I'm picking up some really moist vibes or whatever. I don't know the smelling salt's got a hold of you. But yeah, if I didn't mention him, I don't know why folk keep bringing it up, but nobody mentioned him. So I don't know, wherever you're going, let's just ban them and send them on their way. As men, we destroy our value when we don't make ourselves an exclusive product. We are supposed to hurt feelings. Yes, we are. As men, we are supposed to hurt feelings. Now, I don't give a damn about you not liking that. The females have no problem busting your damn bubble from the time you damn me 6 years old. The females don't care what you don't like. They don't give a damn. Y'all know damn what the little girls in elementary school, if you're a little boy and she don't like you, she tells you real quick, you're ugly, go away. I mean, she's none too nice about it. And that doesn't ever stop. Elementary school, middle school, high school. The entire reason that the red pill movement exists is because the girls are brutal. Starting in elementary school, if a girl don't like you, she's brutal. Girls don't have boy friends in elementary school. They don't have boy male friends in middle school either. It's only once they get out into the world and become sexual and start leveraging their sexuality and want to start developing orbiters because they see, wow, take a look at all these fellas jump through all these hoops for me. She's like, let me go ahead and put 2 or 3 in my back pocket. I need somebody over here to help me with my car, and another one over here to help me with my rent, and another one over here to help me with this refrigerator, and another one over here for me to go whine to with my problems. Okay, when females are young, they have no damn problem smashing your heart, hurting your feelings, stepping all over you, telling you brutally to your face you don't qualify. She wants that fella over there. He tall, he cute. She has no problem. How many of you, I want to get a show of hands. And by the way, to every female in here, if you lie your ass off, I'm going to kick your ass out. Every fella in here, how many of you, when you were younger in school, you had a female that when you scrounged together the courage to talk to her, she was looking straight forward. You were standing at her side and she didn't even turn to look at you. Give me the hand up emoji, not thumbs up, hand up emoji in the chat room. If you're a male back when you were younger and you experienced that. Hell, some of you experienced this as adults. A female, you went up to go talk to her. You finally got together the courage to do so. You talked to her. She didn't even turn her head to look at you. She had absolutely no reservations about disrespecting you to your face. You're not what I want. I'm not interested. I'm trying to talk to Melvin over there. And I don't care if this hurts your feelings. I don't care if you don't like it. You don't even exist. Okay. Well, now that we 10, 20 years down the road, the folks who lived their lives doing that, back when everybody was getting friendly, the girl said, yeah, screw you. Now that the rabbit got the gun, all of a sudden the females are saying, hey, you men need to be open-minded. Now, the females weren't open-minded when we were in school. They weren't open-minded in college. They weren't open-minded when they had their options. They had no problem showing you to your face, I'll disrespect you. You don't even exist to me. Okay, so now the fellas are out here in the real damn world, and all of a sudden, you shouldn't do that. I mean, but that's what you all were doing. Yeah, but you're supposed to be better than us. No, actually, no. That's not the way the universe is supposed to work. I'm not supposed to be better than you. I am supposed to be as good as you. So what I'm saying here, fellas, is, by the way, the females have been doing this their entire lives. So they're here and gaslight you and tell you, don't you do that. Meanwhile, she's in her whole damn life. And will look, now that she's older and her options aren't there anymore, she'll look you in your damn face and tell you, I never did that. Oh, when I was in school, I never did that. Fellas, here's the crazy part about it. Every single female you talk to is going to say that, including the ones who did that to you. So we as men, we're meeting females that went to schools we didn't go to. They're all out here in the real world now lying. They're out here in the adult world lying, claiming they never did it. So there's no females who do that. Every male who's experienced it, you just had a figment of your imagination, or you're just lying, or you just hallucinated the whole thing. Ain't no female ever did that. So we ask the females now, and now they all tell you, oh, I never did that. I never did that. Those other girls did it. I never did that. So ain't nobody did it now. It's just like the body count thing. So every damn chick these fellas talking to here right now, she got a body count in the damn dozens, but the chick you talk to today, oh, I've only slept with 6 guys. Oh, so every other female got a high body count except you. You're the one without a high body count. The rest of them been run through, but I found the one who wasn't. Now all of a sudden nobody was doing fellas like that. Nobody was curbing fellas like that when they were young and had all the options. Nobody was curbing nobody back then. They weren't doing it back then. They're only doing it now. Or it's a figment of your imagination. It was never really happening. Nobody was doing that. Nobody was actually doing any of those things. Now that the fellas have the leverage on their side of the table, all of a sudden now everybody's pleading for mercy. Everybody's trying to appeal to us with the love of Jesus. Everybody's telling us what we shouldn't be doing. Now that we actually have some leverage, now we're being told we shouldn't be doing. But when they had the leverage, they were ruthless. Let's just call it for what it is. They were ruthless. They didn't care that you were sitting at home boo-hooing and crying. They didn't care if you were humiliated. They didn't care if it changed your life and you didn't want to talk to females. They didn't care how that affected you. What about the damn sugar and spice and everything nice? What about empathy? Y'all couldn't find no empathy. There were no females with empathy when you were coming up. She was just like, oh, well, nigga, if it works, fine. If it don't, I'm out for me. Now they're coming to you in your 30s and 40s and 50s and telling you about that you shouldn't do that. No, you shouldn't do that. And fellas, what I'm telling you is that the reason they continue to abuse us as men is because the men will sit here and wait 30 damn years for somebody's run over, ragged out heifer. The fellas will wait 30 years. They'll wait for it to be their damn turn. These women never get sent into retirement. They never get retired. There's always some down and out raggedy pookie, some down and out raggedy pension pookie, some down and out raggedy penitentiary pookie, some down and out raggedy ass dude who's sitting up here doing that. We never retire them. Women have no problem retiring the jersey of a man who don't fit the damn standard. The women will retire your damn jersey in a minute. The men, they keep finding a new team to go to, or at least the fellas will not tell them, baby, it's done. It's a wrap. We're not supposed to be admiring Gayle King. We're supposed to be laughing so that this doesn't repeat itself. Gayle has had decades now to get her damn act together. All she did was snuggle up under Oprah Winfrey. She's not supposed to be allowed to come over here in the presence of men. You're not supposed to be over here in the presence of men. You're not supposed to be in the presence of men trying to tell us that that's what we need to do. That's not what you're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be running this. That's where our value comes from, is our ability to say no. That's what it's supposed to be. And instead, we don't have that. So much for standards. So much for standards. This is not a good look. Fellas are sitting up here today, and you know what the damn reason is, because your money ain't never got right, your status never got right, your self-esteem never got right, and you've been waiting for decades for just reliable sexual access. You don't care who it's from. And The older these fellas get, the more destitute they become. You've been waiting on reliable sexual access. If she'll spare a moment. If she'll look in his direction for half a moment, we'll go for it. This is why we're not respected. This is why we're not respected. This is why. However, you might disagree. Therefore, the telephone lines are now open. And the number is 646-787-1933. That's 646-787-1933. Your personal access code to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. This is The Biz. I'm doing tonight's program as a public service announcement. No disrespect whatsoever. No disrespect intended. This isn't disrespect. This is total respect. Women don't want a man who makes $50,000 a year talking to her about how he deserves the respect of $200,000 a year. Ladies, a 60-year-old approaching us talking about she's as good as a 20-year-old is an insult to our intelligence. That's an insult to our intelligence. I'm just saying it's time for us to stop playing now. Mika says she wants to talk to me here, so she's going to explain to me and all of us the error of our ways, since very clearly we just don't get it. Let me go ahead and get her on the phone here. Mika, area code 412. Is this you, Mika?
Yes, sir, this is.
Okay, Mika, first of all, how old are you, babe?
I'm 41.
Okay, she just crossed that line there, so she's like, oh, it's all over from here. I'm not going to say it's all over, just mostly over.
That's not good. I have a lot of respect for you, Jason. I listened to your broadcast since 2022. But I have a problem with you. You're kind of shitting on us women over 40, like we have no value.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. Come on now. You can't have an honest conversation if you're going to start lying. At what point did I say has no value? When did I say that?
Well, I didn't say you, so you have insinuated. You have, and I'm not trying to lie or anything, but you have insinuated that. So it makes us feel like, well, what do we have to offer anyone? When y'all men are out here doing whatever you want to do, and then when y'all get older, y'all have shriveled dicks and all that. So what is it that we are doing wrong? And there's a lot of great, good women out here.
Okay, here's the issue. Here's the problem with what you just said. First of all, you just went down the stereotypical litany of venting. That's the first time. It's like, okay, that's not a good look. It's really not a good look. The second thing here is when you're talking about men and women, you all had all the advantages from the age of 16 to 30. None of you were trying to trade those in, and as I just clearly pointed out, all of you freely and happily abused them. If there were the men yes, ALL, 100%, all of you. If there were guys that you liked, you made it clear you liked him. Inversely, if there was one you didn't, you made it brutally clear to him that he wasn't eligible. Even if it hurt his feelings, even if it dejected him, even if it caused him severe emotional trauma, you all just went about your day licking ice cream. So let's be clear. Well, when you all had the ability to pick, you did not demand that everybody act this way. When you were in the driver's seat. Now, the only time you care about it now is when it's to your convenience. But when it was to your obligation, you didn't do that.
I wouldn't say that for all of us. And then what about the men that have, had us on their arms and saying one thing to us and then saying another thing to another woman? We can't just let that. We can't negate that part of it.
But
Men
those are the ones you chose.
Equally responsible.
No. But those are the guys you're talking about. Those are the guys in the top 20% that you all gravitated to. So you ignored the bottom 80%. You gravitated to the top 20%. And so you're complaining about the top 20% acting like the females. They're spoiled for choice. Well, yeah, when you had options, you curbed 80% of the fellas to go pursue 20% of the fellas. Then you're complaining about how the 20% of the fellas that you chose, operative words, well, you chose him. You overlooked other people to go get that one. So you can't get mad if that's the one you went chasing.
Okay, but then, we all make mistakes, but however, again,
that's not a mistake.
I'm saying,
No. Just because something, just if you say I robbed a bank today and I got caught and sent to jail, we all make mistakes. No. A mistake is when you went to the store and you picked up the regular peanut butter instead of the honey roasted peanut butter. That's a mistake. Robbing a bank is not a mistake. That's a choice. So you made a choice, and just because the outcome wasn't what you wanted, that doesn't mean that wasn't what you meant to do. You meant to choose that guy. You meant to spend time with him. You thought the outcome would be different, even though a bunch of folks were warning you what the outcome was going to be. And you said, well, I want that anyway. And what we're saying is, as males, we get taught early to be deprived. We get taught early what you can't have. We get that taught early. What I'm saying is the females are the ones who created the environment. That's the issue.
It's just hard for me to really grasp onto that. We all, I get it. You have the Shawnee O'Neal, Sierras, and all that have an agenda. We all don't have that. Some of us truly look into what this man offers. It doesn't matter all the time what a man makes. It really doesn't. So it just bothers me. I don't, because you have said something about value with women 35 and 40 and over, and I take that. I really take that offensive. And it seems like none of the other women have anything to say. But I do. I just take it offensive.
But what is offense? Where's the untrue part? If you're offended, that's fine. Tell me where the untrue part is.
Well, you're saying women over 40, I'm not saying all, but you have said, women over 40 have their set ways. They want what they want, and there's no exceptions. That's not always true. No, that's not true. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to the forefront.
Okay, well, because every one of you claims you never did that.
Not true. No.
Yeah, every single one of you claims, we never did. We never mistreated the boys. We never did that right there. I never treated guys like that. I thought I was a little ugly girl. I never treated them like that. And I guarantee you, there's 30 or 40 boys who were in school with you who say, no, actually, she did it too.
No, I don't know. No. I just feel like you make a lot of us look bad, and I'm not disrespecting you. I just want to speak the truth to you. I'm making
you all look bad. How?
I mean, every business broadcast, you say a lot of stuff like Sierra's using Russell, Shawnee O'Neal's fake, things like that. We don't really know this to be 100% true, and it makes us look bad. It does as a whole. You're making it seem like we're scamming on men. We're trying to get something from them. That's not always true. Sometimes we just want a good man that treats us right.
Okay, women don't want a good man. Women want a reliable one.
What? We want a reliable and a good man.
Okay, but if that were true, then you all's sexual histories would not be filled to bursting with clowns and idiots.
Well, what about the men with the hose?
Okay, now whoa. Now, do you see what you just did right there? Do you see what you just did?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I did.
What did you just do?
Oh, I turned it on the men because
that's called deflection. That's called deflection.
It's not deflection.
Okay, here's the problem with deflection. Even if what you just said were absolutely correct, which it is not, but even if what you said were absolutely correct, it doesn't change the facts of what I said. So you couldn't deal with the fact of what was just said. You couldn't refute it. So you said, okay, let's change the subject. And what I'm saying is you do realize that that's a character trait. If you want to know why men treat you the way they do, it's because, by the way, there's nothing sexy about an organism that has a total lack of accountability. We talked about
That's not true, Jason.
we talked about what you were doing, and then you said let's change the subject, as opposed to what a feminine being focuses on themselves and says is introspective. You didn't do that. A selfish being says, well, I don't like the way this reflects. Let me change the subject.
Because you come down hard on us. You do.
I come down hard on everybody. I come down hard on everybody.
Not all the men. No, we have men that have millions of babies, mamas, issues, and all that.
There's no man that has millions of baby mamas. Not even Genghis Khan. He didn't have millions.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do know what you're talking about. There's nobody with millions of baby mamas, but here's the real issue. The real issue is, how is it those guys have such selection and ability to have so many females lay down for them? Since the majority of males do not have children throughout human history, the majority of men have not been able to pass on their genes. So that minority of men you're complaining about, how is it that most females, most of you all are lined up to have sex with them and sharing them? Why is that?
I can't speak for those females. Some females are young-minded and stupid and don't realize what they're doing.
It's always them. It's always them chicks over there. It's never you. It's never the females I'm talking to. It's not me. Them chicks over there. They are like that.
It's not me.
We can't find a single one on this earth when we actually talk to any of you. It's just can't never find one. All these chicks out here keeping these fellas interested and keeping these fellas sexed up and everything. But when we talk to one, and no, not me though. It's never them.
It's not.
Never.
And I'm going. Yeah, but so you're saying all women are just trying to get men for their money, and that's not true. I cannot rock with that. I cannot do that.
Okay, what do the facts on the ground tell you?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
What do the facts on the ground tell you?
That every woman's not like that. Some people get caught up in situations. They have kids and they realize the man was bad at the end. Every man doesn't present themselves as a true self. So
okay, but females don't. You all have makeup, fake eyelashes, Spanx.
Mm-hmm.
So
and you men have fake hairlines. Yeah.
Okay, this just became juvenile. Seriously.
No, it's true. I'm just speaking truth to you, Jason. If we're going to talk about women with fake eyelashes and all that, then we're going to talk about the men with fake hairlines and stuff. We have to keep it copacetic, right?
Ma'am, men don't have fake hairlines at 25 years old.
Lies. No, Jason. We can't do that.
Ma'am,
we can't do that.
Okay, now you're looking irrational. Men don't have. No, I'm not. They're not 30. They're not 30-year-old males going around with fake hairlines, ma'am. The females got fake eyelashes in middle school, in high school.
Not all of them,
ma'am. There are zero boys with fake hairlines in high school. Zero boys with fake hairlines in college. Zero.
Okay.
Females practice
and I love
giving you something.
I love me.
Females practice doing something different. Now, let me find out here. How many kids do you have?
I have one. Just one, Jason.
Okay. Do you see an issue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm just saying here. Just the hit dogs is hollering their asses off out here.
I have one child. She's 24. I don't have multiple babies, Dad. I have my own house and car and job. No. And if you want my Instagram, I can give it to you. I'm not fat.
I'm sure you would give me your Instagram without thinking, and I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yes.
But, she's soliciting y'all. I will allow you to submit your side chick application. But my point is, throughout her 20s and 30s, what was going on? And she said 24. Didn't you say you were like 41?
I'm 41, yes. Mm-hmm. Proudly.
Damn! All right, I just did the math on that.
See, this is what I'm talking about, Jason.
I just did the math. What she say is, better have them kids early so you can get back out here in this field.
16.
Have these kids early so you can get out. You ain't gonna be a senior citizen when they grow up. Get back out here so you can get back in these streets. All right. I bet you are. Do you have a boyfriend?
I do. Mm-hmm.
I bet you are. How long
together.
How long you two been dating?
2 years.
I bet you are still dangling the possibility of having children in front of him, aren't you?
No, I'm not at all.
So you're telling me that you two have mutually agreed that there's no desire for children between the two of you?
I will say that is correct, yes. He has 4 kids, I have 1. We have mutually agreed that we will not.
Oh, he's 4 kids by how many different women? Come on. How many?
3.
Who is this? All right.
And?
All right, I'm just saying.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Y'all are a match.
Yes, we are.
Y'all are a
He's
match.
a military man.
I was about to
He's
say,
I
could have guessed that one right there, boy. Fellas, I mean, to the fellas, let's just keep it a buck. Let's just keep it 2 stacks. Military niggas are the biggest simps. They really, really are. It's just, but if you just need a nigga with some benefits, there's the NBA, there's the NFL, and then there's the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. So if a chick is aged out and looking for a nigga with half of benefits to help her get past that last mile, there'd be some. How old?
This is what I'm talking about, Jason.
How old is he?
Be happy.
How old is he?
Same age as me.
Oh,
same age.
Really? I'm about to say this nigga had 3 kids by 3 or 4 different women. Who's he? Shorty Low? All right.
Whatever. He's a good man.
I didn't say he isn't. It's got nothing to do with quote good. It's got nothing to do with that. But I'm just. By the way, where are his kids?
They live with him except for 1.
Yeah, there you go.
They live with him except for 1.
There you go. All right, there it is. Right there. Right there. There it is. Right there. All right. Well, she say, let me go find this little emotionally deficient nigga over here. He's just for the pickings. He ain't never been with a chick here with a size below size 12. I can slide right in. All right. Baby, I ain't mad at you.
Don't do that.
I'm not mad, baby. I'm not mad at you at all. Go get them benefits. Go get that GI pension. Go ahead and do it, baby.
I'm not trying to get his benefits. I'm trying to be with a good man. I don't care about his money. No, there's no lies. I don't care about his money. Every woman does not care. Auntie, chill. His house.
41.
Ain't nobody's auntie, Jason.
Okay, baby. Do you have a degree?
I have 2 degrees.
Oh, boy.
In information technology, yeah.
It ain't never worked out. All right. What's the last degree in?
A bachelor's in information technology, yes.
Okay. How long have you been working in IT, ma'am?
Well, I'm 41, so I would say about maybe like 15 years.
15 years? That's a long damn time.
I know.
Okay. So, by the way, you've been dating this fella here since you were 39.
Correct.
Okay. And by the way, has he discussed anything beyond dating with you?
Yes, we have. We have discussed marriage and engagement and all that. And
who brought the subject up? You or him?
I did. Yes, I did.
I know you did. Why in the hell would he do that? Has he ever been married?
Yes, he was married. He divorced, yes.
He's been married, he's been divorced, and you sitting up here trying to badger him to get married again.
I didn't say I was badgering him. No,
yes, you are.
That. I didn't say I was badgering.
If you brought the subject up, you badgering him.
No, I just let him know that I'm not going to go because I was in a 7-year relationship before. I'm not going to go and waste my time. You know, I let him know that I'm not going to waste my time being in a relationship if we're not moving forward.
Okay, here's the problem with your idea of, quote, moving forward. If you're not going to have children with him, what is he, quote, moving forward to?
Why do we have to have children?
Because what is the difference between dating you and having a family with you if we're not going to have children? What's the point?
We're 41. He has 4 kids. I have 1. We don't want any more kids.
Okay, but
grandkids.
I didn't ask about having more children though. I'm saying if you're not going to have more children, what is the benefit to marrying you?
What's the benefit? Because I'm a great woman, and because if we're going to move forward and build together, because that's my whole thing is building. I don't want to just be with someone just to be with someone.
He can build with you just like he is right now. Why does he doesn't have to marry? What is it you're going to contribute to him married that he's not already getting from you now?
But the thing is, we can build business-wise.
Okay, let me try this a second time. Let's try this a second time. What is the benefit he's going to receive from you married that he's not already receiving from you dating?
Being his backbone, helping him build his business.
So you're saying that you're not a backbone now?
I am. But, I mean, I am, and I'm not badgering him about marriage. It's
okay. No. I want to make sure. You got to understand, females, they sit up here and look for a little old simp-ass sad sack who is just desperate as hell, and he's worried where he's going to get his next piece of rump roast from. And fellas don't think. Because they're the women trying to make them think that there's some crises and this is urgent and you got to make a decision now and this is urgent. No. A crisis. No. Lack of planning on your part does not constitute a crisis on mine. So this is where fellas get it messed up at, is they spend their lives simps aplenty in all these industries here, and by the time that they do get a female who's interested, he's willing to throw everything at her because he doesn't have emotional stability. So this is a simple question. If a man's not gonna have children with you, then what is the relationship, quote, moving on to? Because the whole point of dating is to getting to merging bloodlines. But if you two are not going to have children, then there will be no merging of bloodlines. Thus, there's no reason to have a marriage certificate because we're not merging bloodlines. There isn't anybody for you to pass this on to, nor do you need to establish legitimacy from between this relationship. That's the whole purpose of marriage, ma'am. Is to establish the legitimacy of bloodlines, but there will be no bloodlines here. So why does a man who you have, this is what I'm talking about, you're going to get you want to get continued benefits, but this man's not. You want to get continued benefits, and what she's doing is cloaking it in the language of, well, I don't want to be wasting my time. I want to be moving forward. And when you ask her what you're moving forward to, she can't tell you what it is. If this man marries you,
that's not true, Jason.
If this man marries you, what is he going to get after marrying you that he was not getting before he married you?
Okay, and the question goes, what am I getting? So why do
I can tell you exactly what you're getting.
Baby.
I can tell you exactly what you're getting.
Why do I have to push?
Ma'am,
why do I have to push out a baby to make any so we can't build together without having a fam? Like, I don't have to push out a baby to make anything work. I don't agree with that.
No, okay, ma'am, you can build. You can build without marrying him.
But okay, but again, if we do not marry and we're building
okay, let's
together,
not move past that one there. If you're not married, you can still build together without being married, ma'am.
And then what if something happens? And
If something happens like what? No. If something happens like what? If something happens like what?
Never mind.
Like what? If something happens like what? No. Finish that sentence. If something happens like what?
If we are married with if we're not married, no paper, no nothing, we're building together, let's say we're building businesses and things like that. Okay, so what happens if things fall awry and then, money, let's be for real. That's what marriage does.
No, I'm not saying that's a lie. That's a lie. She's lying already.
No.
How long is that? How long has that man been in the military?
He was in for 10 years, so he did 2 tours in Iraq and 1 in Afghanistan. Okay, so he's left the military? Mm-hmm. Now, yes, he did in 2013.
Is he one of them disability pension folk who's run that scam?
It's not a scam. He does get, because, the thing is,
fellas, and all that. People, did I call it? Or did I call it? He's already getting his pension, isn't he?
He's got that before I came along.
Well, and so if you get married to him, you now immediately get all those government goodie benefits, now don't you?
And I don't care about that. But
yeah, that's why she's. That's why. By the way, you're the mother of a 24-year-old. Did you ever get married?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't require marriage. And when you had a child, you didn't require marriage when you had a child. But now that you're 40 and she's looking to get out of the workforce, now all of a sudden somebody got to marry me.
That's not true. No. I was 17. Why would I think about getting married at 17?
Ma'am, you're far younger than I am. You knew full damn well how to get pregnant. You knew full damn well what the obligation that was going to be. You didn't require a marriage at 17. And by the way, there are folks at that age who get married all the time, though I don't recommend it. However, you weren't stupid. You didn't require marriage before you got pregnant. You understood how sex worked. You understood how marriage worked. And you did not require.
No, I was 17, Jason.
Man, we were all 17. You're insulting our intelligence. We were all 17. So all the other girls at 17 who didn't get pregnant, what about them? They were just miracle workers? They were just outrageously intelligent?
I'm talking about me. I don't know nothing about them.
Ma'am, you were 17, you did not require marriage then. 24 years later, now she wants to require marriage. Now.
I'm grown. I'm older. I'm wiser. Yes,
you running out of runway. You ain't got no savings. The 401k is on light. She trying to figure out who's going to take her to her doctor's appointments.
Jason, how do you know?
Baby, because
it's not about money.
Ma'am, because that's the only reason a female in her 40s who allegedly been working in IT for 15 damn years, you shouldn't even be the least damn bit concerned about being married at this point right now. If your money was straight, women only could get concerned about that if the money ain't right.
So basically, you're saying because I want to get married, that means my money's not right? That makes no sense.
I didn't say because I said because you're middle aged. That's obvious.
No. That's what you just said, Jason.
Yes, ma'am. A 41-year-old is pushing for that because her money ain't never been right. She's like, okay, I need somebody to take this load off. No. I need somebody to take this load off.
So you're saying I'm not a good-looking 41-year-old, so I don't.
I don't know these little old thumbnail. First of all, I wasn't really eyeing your thumbnail image like.
But you say this about us, and it's like, well, you make it seem like we don't deserve any type of love or affection.
I didn't say that at all. I'm not telling you to leave the fella that you with. I'm not questioning that at all. You two can go ahead and dance around and do whatever you want to here. But I'm saying let's not lie. Let's not lie about what the actual facts are. She's 41 years old. She went looking for an easy little simp military dude to pick off. He's a fella here who he just wants some peace for a few minutes, and he's dumb enough to think he's found it. And so she's like, now she's putting the pressure on him because this is a common tactic. I need to apply the pressure, and I need all of y'all to go ahead and go along with it. And that's exactly what you're doing. And by the way, she sees a bunch of the others. See, this is what the aged out chicks do. The aged out chicks, they go looking for a fella who's either hella old or a fella who's hella desperate, which is pretty much the same thing.
See, this is what I'm talking about. What's the aged out chick? What is that?
If you're over the age of 35, you're aged out.
What does aged out mean?
You are beyond any semblance of being in your prime, and the only thing you can look for now is a fellow who fools with you for real. But as far as going into the sexual marketplace and throwing elbows with the girls in their prime, no, you've aged out of that.
That's bullshit. You can't make it seem like us women, because we hit a certain age, we don't have shit to offer. That's not right.
Okay, no, I didn't say, ma'am, you keep, now I want you all to understand, she keeps saying I said they have nothing to offer when I did not say that. I said what she has, I said specifically what you don't have to offer, and what she's saying is, but Jason, that is everything.
But
now there's a whole bunch of things. There's a whole bunch of things that you have after the age of 40, and yet I said you don't have that one thing, and then you keep coming back and saying over and over again, you're saying we have nothing to offer, nothing to offer. And all I'm saying is, no, you don't have the ability to compete with a 25-year-old. And everyone, I want you to understand, psychologically, she is conceding, but that is everything. If I can't get what a 25-year-old can get, then I've got nothing. And so her whole goal right now is to convince this sad sag ass simp here that if she's going to give him easy sexual access, then she's as good as a 25-year-old.
No, that's wrong. Why are you? That is completely wrong. It is, and this is what I mean. You try to put the stigma on us, but we're not like that. Just because I want a good man doesn't mean I'm trying to finesse him out of anything. I have my own.
I didn't say. Well, I'm not going to necessarily
finesse him.
I'm not going to necessarily say finesse, man. But what I am saying is that he's been targeted.
No, that's not true. You even asked how we met. You didn't even ask that. That's not true.
I don't need to know. I don't
true.
need to know how you met because I can see how you met.
No, you don't. How? Oh, okay.
This chick went looking. Let me see here. She said she was in a 7-year relationship. Now, this was not her baby daddy. This was somebody else.
No. You right.
Okay. This somebody else was older than you.
Same age as me. He didn't like black women. No, he's same age as me. He didn't like black women. He loved Hispanic, Latino women. And that's why we didn't work out.
Okay. Was he black?
Yes.
So
foundational.
What were you doing fooling with a fellow who told you he doesn't like black women?
I'm not going to lie to you, Jason. I don't even know.
Yeah, you do know.
Completely honest.
Yes, you do know.
No, I don't. I just, maybe I wanted someone to be with me at that. I was like 27, 28 when I started dating him.
Okay, so what you're telling me was that he was ugly.
He wasn't ugly. No, not at all.
So what you're telling me was that he was short.
Not at all.
What you're telling me was that he was broke.
No, Jason.
So what you're telling me was that he smelled funny.
No.
So what you're telling me then is that other females were not interested in him. He was unattractive and other females not interested, and so he was just sitting there left on the curbside for pickup, and you said, okay, let me drag him home.
No.
Okay, now everyone, no, stop. Now, everyone, I asked those questions for a reason, and did you track the questions I asked? She said no to each of those questions. Oh, so what you're telling me was that he was tall, attractive, his money was straight, and other females desired him.
That's not what I said. Hell no.
I just asked you all those questions. I just asked you if he was not those things, and you just said, actually, no. You said no to each of those questions.
And he beat on me. He had a lot of issues, mental issues.
Okay,
yes.
And you stayed with him with him for 7 years.
And I left.
Okay, but you stayed with him for 7 years.
And I left. Yes.
Okay, he was so bad that you stayed with him for 7 years.
He was bad, but he wasn't a terrible person.
Okay, well, then let's stop it with that, because obviously whatever his positives were, they greatly outweighed the negatives because you stayed for 7 years.
I mean, stupidity.
Okay, it's not stupidity if you're making a choice, man. That's not a mistake.
No, I feel like I was in a stupid state of mind.
No, you stayed with him for 7 years and he wasn't gonna marry you. You already admitted. No. You already admitted what the problem was with the new guy. You sat up here and told him, I got out of a relationship after 7 years and I don't want to be wasting my time. You didn't say I got out of a relationship for 7 years and I didn't want to be abused.
Why should I want to waste my time?
Stop.
Why should I?
Stop. You've already admitted.
Right.
Okay, this stuff. Whatever you're trying to pull in this fellow here now, you fellow for 7 years. I'm letting everybody know. By the way, I'm showing you the falseness of that statement. Remember when she talked about the guy she said she's with now? She didn't say She didn't say I spent 7 years and I didn't want to be abused anymore. She said I spent 7 years and I didn't want to waste my time.
So that means, but he knows. My current boyfriend knows the situation, and he knows why I do not want to spend a long time. And I said that, yeah.
Yes, again, and she didn't want to spend a long time because what Mr. 7 years showed her was that he could lay on top of you for going on a decade and never make a commitment to you. So now she's over 40. Now she's over 40 and she's trying to mug niggas in the alleyway to tell them, okay, you need to marry me because she gave 7 years to Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome and she couldn't close the deal. She thought she was going to close the deal with Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome, and 7 years later, he's still a Rolling Stone.
No. Jason, I'm a very beautiful woman. I don't have any problem.
What
with
you
any
keep
man.
trying to
I'm not
convince
gonna
me?
take-
I never question your
I'm
looks,
not to
y'all.
convince
She
you.
is really
I'm
trying.
not to convince
She
you.
is seriously trying to put in a bid, and I understand that she's seriously trying to do that because I never once asked about the way she looks. I asked about the way the dude looks, and
Because I
she
know
keeps
you,
trying to tell me
Jason.
I'm good looking. I'm good looking.
enough.
I'll send you my Instagram. I'm like, baby, you already know my email address. Just submit your side chick application. But all this blatant stuff here, it's like you being too blatant. You're being too blatant. You being
Because
too
I know
blatant.
you, Jason. I listen to you enough to know that you'll, what size are you? I ain't no size 16.
Okay, well, ma'am, if I needed to know all that, I would have asked it already. I've been talking to you for a minute, never asked that. So I'm just saying you being too blatant right now. She's like, well, just in case things don't work out.
I'm just trying to be proactive.
Just in case
I'm trying
things
to be
don't work out
proactive
with
and
Super
ready.
Simp Sergeant over here. Jason, is you available? I was like, okay, she's letting me know she's available. Okay, baby, I got it. I got it the first time you said it. I got it the first 3 times you said it. Understood.
Okay.
Don't break up with old boy though, because I'm not gonna snuggle up with you. But just I got it the first 3 times. That's it. You got too much traffic going on at the house now. So there's
That's not true. So see, don't make.
What's
don't
not
make
what's
that
not
decision
true?
on my hoe.
What's not
None
true?
of that. I'm not no hoe. I have one man.
Damn,
One
I
man,
didn't
that's
say
it.
that. I said
I'm
you
not
got
hoe.
no. You can't double dip with me because you got too much traffic at the house now. You got a whole dude you claim
What
is there.
traffic? You're making it seem like I have a bunch of men coming in.
No, one
No.
is one too many.
I'm not trying to shoot my shot, Jason.
Baby, look here. You trying to shoot your shot like Jordan with the Wizards. What are you talking about? And I'm just like, I'm not hating on them. I'm just saying the hobo boy's listening. But in any case, ma'am, there is no rational reason. There isn't a divorce attorney on this planet. Think about that for a few moments. Before people get married, I always tell them, by the way, the thing they never thought about, I say, before you get married, you should go talk to a divorce attorney. As men, 90% of the marriages wouldn't happen if men went to go talk to a divorce attorney before they walked in that aisle. If they actually talked to a divorce attorney, they would never fall for this garbage. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you quote unquote can't have a good man. What I'm saying is that what you're trying to do to get one to be obligated to you. The problem is he will be taking on a tremendous amount of liability with absolutely no extra added benefit whatsoever. And you know this.
What liability? I'm
You
taking more liability than he is.
How are you? You don't, ma'am, if you stop working tomorrow, how are you going to feed him?
I will continue to get a job. I don't have no issue.
Okay,
with
let
that.
me
I'm not
try
just
this
gonna
one
quit.
more time. If you stopped working tomorrow because you were disabled, how would you feed him?
I would make a way. Period.
You ain't gonna make a damn
do whatever I
thing.
have to do.
Now, if you,
No, yes, I would.
ma'am, if he were to stop, I don't know if he has a job, but if he were to stop working tomorrow,
does.
would he still have
does.
income and health benefits?
Oh hell yeah, he's a vet. What do you mean? Yes, he would.
Okay, thank you. That's
Yes.
that's the liability that he takes on, and that's the benefit that you receive. You will not reciprocate.
No,
there is no
no.
extra
because
benefit that
he
he
has
gains. Ma'am, there's no
He has
extra.
children.
Okay,
His
stop,
children come
ma'am.
first.
There is no extra benefit that he gains from marrying you.
Not true.
Then name the
Not
benefit
true.
that he's not receiving right now that he can only get by marrying you.
A woman in his house that makes changes and helps and cooks and cleans, and I know that's not, the main thing.
Okay,
but
you're
a
not.
woman that
Explain
can
to
make
me
a
how.
change.
Explain to me why that marriage is required for that.
It's not necessarily required, but a woman's,
Okay, well
touch
that's
can make a
that's the
huge
lie.
difference.
That's the con job.
That's not a lie.
Now, for you to be
That's not a
eligible
lie.
for you to be eligible to get his benefits, you have to marry him. However, he doesn't have to marry you to get the things you just named.
I don't want his benefits, Jason. I don't care about that. I don't think that's what you don't understand.
Then
that.
if
I
you're
don't
not
care about his
if you're
benefits.
not interested in the benefits, then why are you pushing for marriage then?
Because I love him. What do you mean? I love him.
Okay, and
It's not about
marrying him is going to make you love him, quote, love him more?
Oh God. So it's like you're saying we shouldn't get married but me and him have been together for 2 years.
No, I'm giving you the opportunity to do what
kids.
absolutely no one has ever been able to do. Tell me, what is the benefit that the man receives from legally obligating himself to an aged out female who cannot give him the most important thing that you would have in a marriage, a genetic legacy?
I don't understand why you're saying aged out. That's my problem.
Okay,
Okay,
you're old enough where having children for you right now would be a detriment to the extent that you don't even want to try it. He's had more children than you have. According to you, he's had more kids than you have.
You're shitting. This is what I mean. You're shitting on us. You're making it seem like I have no value at all.
Okay,
So
no, ma'am. I just said tell me the value that rises to the level of marriage. And you can't do it. Now, I'm gonna tell you, if you do trick his little desperate, dirty simp ass down the aisle, well, more power to you there. Every idiots go down and do that every day. But don't sit up here and insult our intelligence and claim that there's something there that we don't see. Don't do that one.
I'm not insulting anybody's intelligence, because the one thing I know for sure is I'm a good woman, and I'm not trying to get a man for his money or any of his benefits. I don't care about that. And it seems like you don't get that. I do not care about that. I want a man that treats me right, is honest and loyal.
Okay, does the man you're with now, does he treat you right?
Yes.
Is he honest?
Yes. As far as I know, yes.
A military man who's honest. All right. Is he loyal?
So you're saying he's not honest?
Ma'am, I'm saying he's a former military dude, so I'm just saying that comes with an asterisk, but let's move right along. So you're saying he's loyal.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, I just did a post on Facebook earlier today, as a matter of fact, talking about that, where I said that, hey fellas, women do not mean loyalty the way men do. Women don't value loyalty like we do. They use that word loyalty, but that's not what they don't mean it the way men do. When men say loyalty, we mean allegiance. When women say loyalty, they mean reliability. And she knows one thing, whether old boy gets up tomorrow morning and wants to be with her or not, if she marries him, then his benefits will be reliable no matter what.
The benefits don't always mean that's going to be a luxury.
You're not depending on him. You're depending on the federal government. So at that point, she's like, "Ooh, that would be reliable."
I'm not depending on the federal government for nothing. I don't care about anything the federal government has to offer me. I do not care about his benefits. I do not care at all.
That's why she's chasing a single father of 3 kids.
4, but okay. So what? So I'm supposed to sit back and so if I had 4 kids and he was coming to me, you would have something to say. So no. Well,
no, man. I'm saying if you can bag him, go ahead and bag him and get them benefits. You working very hard for him, so you doing the most to get it.
I'm not trying to get his benefits. His benefits aren't even enough for me, so why would I try to get his benefits? I want him to live good. I don't want to take his benefits. You act like all us women are trying to do something or we're conniving. That's not true. I don't care about his benefits or anything.
Okay, at 41 years old, are you still working for an IT company now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what are you going to build at 41 years old?
What do you mean by that? Because why can't I build at 41?
Because you haven't proven you're going to build anything. You have proven that you'll work. So what I'm saying is that what you have proven is not that you're going to build anything. You've proven that you're going to work. Therefore, this man will be financially obligated to take care of you.
That's not true. I would never let a man take care of me.
By the way, I wanted to circle back to everybody here who wants to tell themselves that lie about women building. By the way, she's 41 years old and says she's been working in IT for a decade and a half, and she's no closer to starting building anything now than she was 15 years ago. But she assures us that if this man marries her, they, quote, we are going to build. Meanwhile, she ain't built nothing. That's
not what I said, Jason.
Yes, you did. You said we can build. That's the first thing you said.
You're putting words in my mouth.
So you didn't say that we can build. So you didn't say that we can build?
I did, but my thing is, if I'm with a man,
wow, I did, but
successful and motivational. No, let's listen. So I do want to build with my man as long as he's motivated and successful and willing to succeed. Yes, I'm not trying to take my man for shit. And again, if he has kids, I'm not trying to take him.
But you don't know how to build any.
But
you don't know how to build anything.
I do know how to build. Oh, I do. You can't say that. I do know how to build.
Ma'am, you're 40. You're 40 years old. Where's your track record of building?
Right. Oh my God. Really? You want me to tell you that?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am. If you walked into a bank, would a bank ask you these questions? Yes. So I'm asking the same thing they would. Okay, what's your track record of building?
I am black. We both know that that's not going to be easy. We know that. I'm black.
Ma'am, what is your track record of building? Fourth time.
Okay, so I built out of high school. Oh gosh, I built what is it called? A housing database for the Urban League. I built that. They have that still to this day. Oh, I'm very successful. I've worked in mortgage. I'm still in mortgage right now. We're not going to do that, Jason. Don't do that. But I am very successful. So I have my expertise and background. Don't do that. So my expertise and background, I can help my man build. I don't want to see my man fail at all. I want us to build.
No, I'm very sure that you want him to be motivated and him to be successful and him to be resourceful. I'm certain that you do. And I am also certain that if you marry him, you will devote your every waking hour to making sure that he is successful and he is motivated, and you will start easing up on the gas until eventually it's all on him.
No, that's not true. This is the thing. You're
okay. What you're telling? Okay, everyone, I want you to listen to the dishonesty you're hearing here, and it's dishonesty to say this.
I'm not
okay, Mika, listen carefully. I want everyone to listen, just in case you think that I'm being wrong about this. This is logic. I'm not the guy who just figured this out yesterday. I'm the guy who's been teaching this to you all here forever. Let me go ahead and read to you from the Black Book right quick. So, Mika, what you're telling all of us right now is that at 41 years old, you're about to work harder than you've ever worked in your whole life, more hours than you've ever worked in your whole life, and do more and be more obligated and take care of more things than you've ever taken care of in your entire life. From the age of 21 to 41, that was the slow lane. You're about to kick it into high gear from the time you're 42 to the time you're 68. Right?
I want to say 68, but I'm willing to work. Why should I not?
No. If you're going to quote build, and I should know a thing or two about that. If you're going to build, then what you're telling us, you're going to have to work much harder than you do for an employer. You're going to have to work much harder.
Yes.
So what you're telling me is that you're about to start. You waited until you got 41 to work harder than you've ever worked, longer than you've ever worked, and more hours than you've ever worked, doing more things than you've ever worked in your entire life. At 41, you're about to kick into high gear.
You make it seem like I'm like 71, Jason. Calm down.
You're not 21.
If anything for my man, if I have to help, yes, I will. Yes. There's no debate about that. Yes, I will. If he's a good man and he's trying, yes, I will help him.
Did you all catch that? She said, if he's a good man. Did y'all get that? If he is. Yeah. I will work harder than I ever have if he's a good man. Here's the problem. Her definition of a good man is not a man who would have her work that much. That's the problem.
Not true. Stop it, Jason.
So you're telling me that a good man would have you working 60 hours a week?
Not true. I wouldn't say that. No. But I'm going to help my man. I'm going to make sure he gets what he needs to get.
Yeah,
and
she's going to make sure that he's working, but not her.
I sure will, because that's my man. That's my man. I'll make sure he is accomplished. Yes.
He's going to be, think about this for a few moments. She was at the peak of her feminine value when she was 22. This gentleman will be 42. He'll be working harder than he ever has, doing more than he's ever has, with more required of him than has ever been required.
No.
But he will not be he's going to be at his peak value, but his woman won't be. And there's the only thing are you saying that you're at your peak value right now at 41?
Well, I could say that, but will you say that?
Okay,
Because you act like us over 40 women have a problem.
second time. Are you just said that's not true. Are you saying that you're at your peak value at 41?
Yes, I am. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So you're telling us that you are more valuable today, as you are more desirable as a woman today than you were at 21.
Yes. Yep.
Get off my phone.
Now what?
Get off my phone. You own the rock.
No, I'm being honest.
Man,
no,
when you get out of you get out of rehab, call me back. Just we are not able to have this conversation tonight.
I'm being real.
She got the Henny. She's on the rock. She is doing everything over there. No, man. When you get done on your bender, give us a call back then, okay? There's no way in the hell you're going to take a look at a picture of yourself at 21 and then take a look at a picture of yourself today and say that the one on the right is better than the one on the left. After giving birth, by the way.
Yes, I'm
after
better,
giving
yes,
birth, after having kids, by the way.
Yeah, well, to one child, you act like I had like 5, 6 kids. Get out of here.
Okay.
Get out of here.
All right.
Yeah.
Is he listening?
Right.
Does he listen to my program? Does he? No, I said, does he listen? I know you listen.
He does. We listen to it together. But sometimes he gets a little frightened by you, and I was scared to call. But still, I'm not going to
give him an opportunity to do some critical thinking. Is what I'm trying to give him the chance to do here. So, all right.
But don't make it seem like my man is don't do that.
No, look here. Look, I'm on the phone. Look, my position has never changed. I always take the side of the person who's on the phone with me. Now, if he had called me, I'd be saying, "Run, nigga, run!" But he didn't call me first, so you called me first. So I'm not gonna say anything that separates y'all here. So if you can get this nigga down the aisle, more power to you. If you figure out a way to drag his ass down that aisle, if you can get him across that finish line, you apply the pressure. If it works, hey baby, you made it. I ain't never been a hater for that. If you can drag his ass across that finish line, you made it. You made it.
It will, because I'm not no bitch ass female. I'm not trying to get something from somebody. I'm just trying to be happy. That's why it will work. Yes, it will.
All right. Well,
I just want you to stop judging us. Stop judging us.
Wow, stop judging. Okay, I should stop thinking. I should stop thinking. A lot of us
are good women that.
Ma'am, okay, there's a lot. Okay, good. Just because you're a good woman doesn't mean you're wife material. I mean,
I agree.
That has just because you're a good woman doesn't mean you're a baddie. You're a good woman, okay, but you're also a grandma.
But
all right,
we look like Lizzo and shit. Like, don't be trying to shit on people that are 16, 16 to 18. Like, that is terrible. Like, I have to say, that is terrible.
What size are you sporting? What size are you sporting right now?
I'm a 12. No, and I can like I said, I can show you my Instagram.
No, baby. No, if it's a 12, that means there's a 14 incoming. So, all right. Well, if you're able to get him down the aisle, man, more power to you here, and chase them benefits, girl. Get them benefits. Get them benefits. Thank you very much for giving us a call here. Yeah, folks. I mean, I gave her more than enough time to make her case. Gave her more than enough time to make her case here. So, all right. And that's the best I can do. She was going to educate us on what we're missing. So, by the way, in the chat room, if my moderators have instructed you to call, then that is not a request. That is a requirement here. So, by all means, let's make sure we have that. Oh, let me go ahead and get Zoom up. I didn't realize I didn't have my Zoom up and going here. By the way, we're not going to be on for 6 hours tonight. I promise y'all that. Let me get called from area code 713. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, this is Tony in Houston.
All right, Tony in Houston. What's on your mind?
Well, you gave her plenty of time. The longer she talked, the more she told on herself. She mentioned all these men who are having millions of children, but she's dating a man with 4 children. At least 3 of them have to be illegitimate, or at least 2, or more than that.
Well, she claimed it. Well, I'm sorry. She did say he was married once, but okay, yeah, some of them got to be. Yes, somebody did make it across the finish line somewhere.
Right, some of them are baby mamas, but she said, "What about the men who are making millions of children?" But she's dating a man that's making multiple children and not married to the mothers. But that's okay. Another thing, you gave her plenty of time to talk about what she's not interested in his benefits. First of all, he's a sergeant. That's his highest rank. He's not a lieutenant. He's certainly not a captain, major, colonel, or even a general. When you get to be a commissioned officer in the military, you have a responsibility. You can be dishonorably discharged, loss of benefits and pay for adultery. That is a crime in the military. And for those who don't know what adultery is, it's when you are married and you have sex with other women outside of marriage. That is adultery. Most military commissioned officers are married because it helps their careers. So at best, he's a sergeant. Nobody cares what sergeants and privates and corporals do. So when they say he's military, they give the impression that he's a sergeant. Now, as far as the other issues that she talked about, she doesn't care about his benefits. Yes, she does. Because if they didn't care about the benefits, they wouldn't be in family courts all across America every day getting benefits.
No, you can just slip up here and go grab a fellow who's out the military and whatnot. It's like that's the hustle. That's the hustle there.
Yeah,
these are guys who, especially if they've demonstrated that they're used to getting chicks pregnant, you're like, okay, well, let me grab the last train leaving.
That's right. And lastly, I'll say when you talk about build a business, look, you don't have to marry a man to build a business. If you want him to be an investor, he invests. You go to an attorney, you have the contract drawn up, you cover all the wherewithals and what happens and so forth. And if he determines he doesn't want to be part of the business, you can buy him out. He can buy you out. You can have a contract. You don't have to marry someone to build a business.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, Tony. I mean, like, we've gone to an era here where people just throw words around like cliches. They just throw around cliches, things that don't even mean anything like that. We can build. What the hell are you going to build? Yeah. What you're 40. You're 41 years old, Tony. You and I both know this one. 41 years.
And you tell me for your new listeners,
Tell me the female, Tony, that either you or I have met who crossed the age of 40 and was talking about working more hours, longer, harder than she's ever done. She waited until she got 41 to work harder than she's ever worked in her life. Yeah. When the hell we ever met that woman?
I was laughing my ass off listening to her. She's a good woman. Yeah, until she gets married to this simp, and now she's got the state behind her. And as soon as he pisses her off, and because he doesn't do what she wants, first thing she does is call the police. He hit me, they arrest him. You get a restraining order. Now he can't come into the home that he lives in and pays a note. After that, you get him in family court, and hey, the rest is fait accompli.
Well, once you got the military benefits, that's it. That's a wrap. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. But yeah, I mean, come on, folks. Come on, let's not talk silly. What middle-aged woman is trying to figure out how to work 60 hours a week? You could do that now for the employer you work for now. You know what I mean? Jason, I'm going to kick it in overdrive. How many 41, 44, 45, 48, 50-year-old women have you all met who are like, and next year I plan on working more hours than I am now? When have we ever seen that? Call America 646. You're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Onan from Queens. What's up, brother Jason?
All right, Onan from Queens. What's on your mind, brother?
Yes, sir. Do you believe that Cosmopolitan and Vanity and other publications in the 90s that had a lot of writings consisting of sex, really, talking about 500 ways to do this or that as a third, and I'm not going to be too vulgar, but basically my question is, do you think that publications like that promoted women leveraging their sexuality in order to gain power, or do you think that was something that occurred organically?
Well, I mean, look, I know, I know folks listen to Kevin Samuels and they came up with the impression that was the case. I'm not going to say that they didn't have an effect because that would just be a lie. So yes, they did have an influence. However, that was not nearly as strong as the influence that was picked up by television and that was picked up in the home. These magazines merely reflected, because remember, magazines were periodicals. They only came out once a month. You had to wait for them to show up. television they saw every week, and their parents they saw every day. So once you have this change where women are in the workforce, but women are in the workforce, but they're not required to do the same as men. They saw it as a different thing. So there was just this lightning fast movement from the end of World War II to the beginning of the Vietnam War, where females were brought into the workforce because of a worldwide crisis, World War II. But then by the time you get to Vietnam, you have all these social changes that happen. So the women got into the workforce in World War II to go fight a war. They got in the workforce to go defeat the Nazis. That wasn't what they were trying to do by the time you get to Vietnam. That's not what they were trying to do. By the time they get to Vietnam, they're trying to do something different. They saw going to work during World War II as helping the country. By the time we get to Vietnam, they see going to work as I have leverage.
Right.
So now some of these social conventions, I'm going to use my job as my leverage. Then you enter birth control, and the sexual revolution didn't really matter as much as the drug revolution did. There's the other thing that you all don't understand. Once drugs enter the picture, once weed, Woodstock, and all that, birth control just arrived at the right time. It just arrived at the right time by the time you get there. So you already have some individuals here who are, society's changing and they have ideas. Well, you know what? All these things you've been telling me I can't do. Well, don't they make a pill for that now? So why shouldn't I pursue my deepest, darkest urges? Why shouldn't I?
What?
And that's what you were up against by the time you get to Vietnam. They're not in the workforce to help the country. They're in the workforce to help themselves. They're not having sex to get commitment. They're having sex to get thrills, because women love passion and love thrills. And now they're like, oh, well, hell, now I can get passion and thrills with no complications. And worst comes to worst, abort. And that's what happened. Now, the magazines and whatnot, by the time they come, remember, you had Hugh Hefner with Playboy and stuff, and the females jumped on that. They loved it. So all this stuff happened at the right time. Oh, look, you can make yourself a sex object and no consequences. So they really, really rode with that no consequences thing. Then you get to the periodicals and magazines, and don't get me wrong, they were very big, but and I'm not saying they had no effect. Of course they did. But by the time you get to television, by the time you get to Femme Fatales, by the time you get to Charlie's Angels, and God help us when we got to Oprah. By the time we got to Oprah, that was a wrap. Her whole job was to convince you that, to make all the I don't want to say ugly chicks, but I'm definitely going to say to make them feel better. Because these magazines, just remember, these magazines, I just looked it up. Mademoiselle had been around, was started in 1935. Mademoiselle started in 1935. Nobody is accusing, I want y'all to understand that. Nobody is accusing Mademoiselle magazine of contributing to any sort of moral decay before you get to the 1980s. So the real question is, okay, what changed? And what I'm saying is they wouldn't have been doing this if they didn't think the magazines were going to sell. Yeah. Cosmo and all those other things. I understand. I remember the interviews with those folks, and they think they found religion is what they think they've done. Some of them, I'm not going to say they weren't sincere, but I am going to say, not as much as they might have thought. Once again, I just took a look at that. Cosmopolitan magazine began in 1886.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, they didn't go over this part of the details with you when they were talking about how these magazines allegedly changed America. They didn't tell you, by the way, Mademoiselle started in 1935 and Cosmo started in 1886. And all these magazines started out in New York. They weren't national publications that were influencing the country from sea to shining sea. You don't have an issue with these publications until you get to the 70s. So what about society changed where they were selling magazines that whole time? By the time they get to the 70s, the message in the magazines had changed. I submit to you that it was not Cosmo that changed the culture. It was the culture that changed Cosmo. And they said, this is where the culture is going. This is what it is. You have a bunch of females who are they're not entering marriage, they're entering the workforce. Fewer of them will be marrying, more of them will be dating, and now they got birth control. Now more of them will be sexually active. And they reorganized their magazines to appeal to what they knew the women were already A, wanting, B, doing.
Okay, so Jason, if I could just interject, if I'm just getting this correct, you're just saying that the media is basically hastening what young females are already doing as far as their destructive behavior is concerned. Like, are you saying that they're promoting that type of behavior through their media?
I'm certainly thinking that they think it sells. Yes, absolutely. They made a pivot. We don't need to do this classy female thing anymore. That's not who the females of the late 60s and early 70s were. They're smoking weed. They're doing cocaine. They're cranking out bastard kids. The culture had changed. Right. Remember, you and I are talking about it today with a 70%, 80% bastard baby rate. Think about what a shock to the culture that was back when that rate reached 10%. It had gone from being something where the girl had to go disappear and go be sent down south or up north, depending on where you were, to all of a sudden 10, 15% of the females are doing it. So think about what a culture shock that was at that time once you get to just 15, 20%. And I'm telling you that they didn't need to get to 80% to see, whoa, this train has left the station. Hugh Hefner had no problem getting plenty of young, pretty girls to get butt naked on the cover of his magazine.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'll end with this. I think that there was a culture of shame back in the 60s and 70s that I think slowly dissipated because I think the ubiquity of the media has just promoted images of sexuality, and ultimately it's led to our demise, unfortunately. But I'll end there. So
well, think about how it changed though, because how are you going to shame somebody? You were shaming them before, but saying you had too many sexual partners. What's going to happen is you're going to get a baby or get sick. Well, you got tetracycline or penicillin, so that took care of the early STDs, and we gave you birth control, so that took care of the baby. So just remember the attitude the females walked away from those two advents with. Thank you very much for getting this call tonight. The attitude the females walked away with was, I can do whatever I want to and hustle these draws as I please. And somebody else has figured out how to fix this for me. So I can have all the crazy, I can be irresponsible with no consequences. So if I feel it, because we are emotional, they love telling you about they're emotional. They don't like telling you that they're disciplined. So if my emotions tell me to do X, Y, Z, well, okay, if I get sick, they got a drug for it. And if I get pregnant, they got a pill for it. So, hey, bombs away. And then the rest of the culture got drug along for the ride. Please remember, men have never changed our position. We have never promoted that. In the chat room, even for the pornography industry, remember, the men who purchase pornography are more ridiculing of the women who perform in it. The women who perform in it have never been respected. They've never been held up as wonderful things, except by a few crazy ass simps, constant fanboys. But the fellas who watch porn, it's like, okay, she's got a great body, but remember, this is the first media where you are literally calling the girls sluts. The packaging is referring to them as sluts. Sluts, hoes, bees, you know, this, that, and right on the cover telling you this is what they are. Dirty girls. That's not respectful. So even their customers were letting them know, by the way, yeah, we don't really approve of this, but we'll let you do it anyway. The men have always been consistent. Those are just facts. But no, I will not say that those magazines did not contribute to it, but it would be erroneous to say that they were leading the charge or that the magazines changed the culture. I would argue that that's not accurate, as simply based on the timeline. When the culture changed, they changed their products so that they could remain viable. Remember, if Hugh Hefner has absolutely no problems whatsoever getting girls to get naked on his magazine cover, and you Mademoiselle magazine with women wearing ballroom dresses, Hugh Hefner's become one of the richest people in the world, and you talking about ballroom dresses, you're not long for this world. What they're doing over there is risque, it's hip, it's cool, it's exciting, and you talking about how to make a better souffle. Think about that for a few moments. If you were Cosmo or Mademoiselle after Playboy and Hustler come out, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna be talking about after you see that? Caller America 415, you're on live with The Business. What's your name? Where you calling from? Caller America 415, last try, you're on live. Caller from America 415 has been abducted. You can call back next time. Mika, what can I do to help you? Ma'am, you are on the other side of the room trying to do dishes. Sounds like she's trying to put kids down. Did that woman really call back and just leave her phone off the hook? Will you knock that off? All right. We're done with the telephone calls here tonight. Let me go ahead and get over here on Zoom. I got my man Prince out of Richmond. Brother, you've heard the foolery tonight.
Okay, Jason, let me explain something. I hate to bring this up, man, but I got to be honest. When you have these benefits as veterans, think about it like this. The state comes after guys. You have the federal government that they can sick on you. So let me explain. And I hate saying this, but these guys can't read they can't understand. The women don't want to divorce a veteran. They want to be alienated from him. Why? Because she can get a portion. She can say that we're estranged, and she can get an apportionment of his benefits. And the dependents get benefits that we don't. My daughter get benefits that I do not get. My daughter can go to any hospital, wherever in the world, almost, just about any, because it's backed by the federal government. If I had a wife, it'd be the same way. Okay? They get free education. If she's in the state of Texas, matter of fact, she goes to school for free and get the money for the free education. These women know this. And I can't, this is my primary home, okay? No taxes. If I die and have a wife, she can have the house, get no taxes on it, and be living with another man if she's over 57. You see, this is what this woman, what the sister's doing, you called her out. And I'm going to tell you, this is my concern though, Jason. These men or guys are simping for these older women. Do you think this is sending mixed signals to the younger women? Because
it certainly is, because what they're selling is fantasies and falsehoods here. So, it's certainly not mixed signal. It's screwing them up. They're sending a very clear signal. It's just not an honest one.
So what do that do to us? Like when it comes to how we deal with, the Sambos and stuff, we can ostracize them. How we as men can deal with these simps when they off code, man. Is it anything we can't shame them?
Yeah, look, we talk about the females, but I'm doing a nice program specifically about the men because there's been a cultural change where the males are concerned. Men have never had the sexual access they would like to, but they've never been as desperate. Here's the real thing. They have just never been as desperate as they are. And I think so many fellas are just so terrified and so scared. They've been raised by single moms. Okay. They are soft. They are ultra sensitive. They are absolutely adverse to any type of discomfort whatsoever, particularly if these guys come from certain industries, sports, entertainment. Now we're finding the military. I've always told women about watching out for the military dudes, but this adds a whole new dimension to it that as they're getting older, like, oh, these fellas here, I guess it's because the guys don't have to make more money to give more benefits since it's not costing them out of pocket more.
They messing up for all men, though. They messing up for all of us.
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing that's what's happening. The females are just migrating where the money is. They're migrating where the money. They're going where there's less friction. And what they found is, hey, these military dudes are tricks.
But that brings down the value of what we're doing. That brings down, if you leading with this here, this is a false thing that can't be maintained, because this is only something in a certain situation that can apply. They can't extrapolate this to all men.
Well, here's the issue. The issue starts with the guys first, not the females. Because these guys are so desperate that if a chick tell him she love him, he believes her. So the men have become the hoes. That's what's happened. The men have become the hoes. When the females, it used to be when the fella said he loved you, you can't believe him. Now when the females say it, the fellas are believing them. That's where we're at today. Is the women aren't the ones desperate. It's the men. Well, the women are desperate for some benefits. The fellas are desperate for companionship. This is where we are today. As they've got what's supposed to happen, Prince, is that as we get more leverage, we have less pressure on us. These guys, as they're getting more leverage, they feel more pressured.
For what?
With chicks coming to them with crazy ass body counts, half illiterate children, 4 or 5 sex videos, a couple of STDs, and a partridge in the pear tree, and oh yeah, she 50 years old. And he's talking about getting married.
For what?
That's where we're at.
Jason, I divorced maybe almost 15 years ago. And I was a younger man. I was about around 41 or so. There's no reason. I was no rush. I had no desire to get married again. I have my daughter, my legacy. I want to be I like to deal with women. I'd like to have a companion. And I'm not saying I wouldn't do right by a woman that's with me and we on the same page, but why we got to get married, Jason? For what?
Because she's getting ready to wind it down. Fellas need to stop this garbage. She getting ready to wind it down. Prince, you know that after they go over women have a social clock. This is a concept that I really don't want to put out there in the open because, by the way, I'm hearing people using my phrases and stuff.
Yes, they are.
Dude, I'm talking about even over in the white manosphere, competence creates confidence. I gotta put out there. I'm like, okay, didn't even salute a shout out or nothing. I'm like, okay, it's out there. It's out there. Yeah. It's out there.
All your terms.
Oh yeah, they're watching me and stuff. They're like, damn, this fella knows what he's talking about. This guy knows what he's talking about. So it's like, okay, but here's my thing. We talk about the women's biological clock, but we haven't talked about this women's social clock. Women have a social clock. Yeah, they can talk garbage in their 20s, but the bottom line is, Prince, and you and I both know this. Like, as we get older as men and whatnot, let's say that's my brachialis is messing with me now. Y'all know, I'm not afraid to talk about it. I got tendonitis. I had a weightlifting injury about 20 years ago, and it's never stopped bothering me. Quite frankly, it's like, okay, it is what it is. But as we get older and stuff, the aches and pains and stuff, we just let them pile up till we die. Women can't do that. Women cannot do that. The first injury they have at the hospital, she's ready to file disability. She's done. So what I'm saying is that she's not looking to have the wear and tear on her at 41 that she was willing to accept at 21. She ain't even, and she wasn't doing nearly what the men are doing. She wasn't going to have it. So what I'm saying is, so they can talk all that garbage, but by the time 40 starts closing in, by the time them eggs start drying up, she's ready to put everything down. She's ready. Once she's been ready to retire from giving birth, she's ready to retire from giving work.
So you think realistically women know when they've lost their leverage?
Absolutely. No. Women always know this. The game, all this talk is to sell this idea to us. That's what that's for. This is meant for our consumption. Pushing and beating the drums about getting married, that's for our consumption. These are not statements of fact. These are statements meant to pressure men and influence men. As they get older and their leverage wanes, they're now just looking for the low-hanging fruit. So the bottom line, you're looking for a guy who doesn't have any sexual options. He's not used to anything. He lives to please women, or he's just a panty hound. He's just going to knuckle under, and that he values companionship more than he does his money and resources. Now that's the strategy now. And we will call him, quote, a good guy. Which, as you and I both know, that's the biggest insult a female can give. When females start talking about you as a nice guy and a good guy, when she was 25 and 30, she couldn't stand nice guys and good guys. Now, all of a sudden, she's calling you a nice guy and a good guy, that's a euphemism for sucker.
That's right.
She's like, oh, you're going to just drop it off.
Jason, they don't call you a good guy. They don't call Andrew Tate a good guy. Yeah, but and we've all seen it. When we're talking to a woman and she turned and she's looking this way like you don't even exist, they'll do it. That's why I brought that up to you all, because you've all experienced it. And I need to remind you what's going on there. But the big lie, they're looking for a fellow who's just destitute. And what we found is that there are two types of destitute men. Three types: the broke, the old, and the broken old. And that's what we're seeing here today. And like I say, that's why the stuff I'm saying is just revolutionary to them, because it's like, by the way, you've got more leverage than you've ever had. That's why that attorney, James Sexton, who's been going around, he's the clown who's like in his 80s or 70s or 80s. And he told the guy trying to get married for the 5th time, he's like, you can just have sex with him now, right? You don't have to marry him. You can just do that, right? Because all this guy is doing is setting himself up. Okay, if the marriage ends by divorce, dude, you could have just dated her ass. If it's going to end in divorce and you didn't have any children with her, what was the difference between that and a date? Except now you're about to be financially liable. What's the difference? And there isn't one. That's the issue. And I'm just saying, go ahead and be honest. Yes, there is a place for marriage, but my point is they use these little deceptive slogans, and she tried to do it too, about moving forward. We're moving forward to what? If you're not going to have children, what is the next step your relationship's going to go to after you get married? Hey, fellas, don't you realize you got put into a trick bag? This isn't the next step. This is the final destination. Jason, she could own a house and move in your house. You can't put her out even though she has another house somewhere else. It doesn't work there. Oh, she got out, she just go. She's not going anywhere. And you're making a clear point. I want to thank you for supporting the young men with the drizzle movement. I hope you said it right, because hopefully we can get them to, and I appreciate the way that you're connecting with the young men. I wish the older women would connect with the young women. First, they got to stop lying. One thing that none of them want to answer. Are you saying, a direct question, are you saying that you can compete with a 20-year-old woman right now? They won't answer that directly. Women only talk honestly like that when they got a man. If they want a man. When the females want one, they're honest about the situation. Once they got one, they start lying again. So the older females, because they're in competition and they're jockeying for position, they're either going to be hopeless suck-ups or they're going to be completely delusional. But what they won't do is be honest. They won't really be honest. They won't. What happens, Prince, you and I both know this. Take a look, especially if a chick got a whole bunch of dudes she been with, take a look at them niggas. That's what she wants. That's exactly what she wants. You don't have 20 damn years of Pookies and Sweetback Mike, and then all of a sudden she goes to find the most square dude she can, and she starts talking about how redeeming your reliability qualities are. Wait a minute, you just figured that out at 40? Shouldn't she be doing that at 20, 25? Okay, but what you're assuming is that she didn't figure that out. We need to wait till you were 40 before you could figure that out? You didn't see that back when you were 20, when you were curbing dudes. I was young, I was stupid, I was blind, I was in love. No, that was exciting. That's what you really want. And that is the poison pill for Mr. Reliable. Because the poison pill is you are assuming that this chick done changed. You're assuming she's changed. And are you saying that because that's what you see? Or are you saying that because that's what you want to see? Because here's how they get them. And you're a little bit older than I am, but I'm telling the truth.
These niggas, when they get aged, I talk about the aged out females, and you talk about the aged out dudes. When they get aged out, dude, they lose their will to fight. There's a bunch of fellas out here. It's like, man, look here. He's not smart enough or capable enough to get a real bad female, but he's got whatever money he got coming in, and he wants that, but he doesn't have the will to fight for it. So he just takes whatever he can get. He just wants things to be frictionless. Let me just go get a female who fool with me, and hopefully this works out. And that's where we are today. They're just looking at, as they're getting older, they just don't want no trouble. I just don't want no trouble. I just don't want no fighting. If she act like she got some sense, okay, I'll tolerate that. Especially if he's been through a few females to put him through the ringer. I found that it doesn't make them more discriminating, and it doesn't make them more discerning. It actually makes them less. They now are just desperate to get a female who's going to nurse them back to health or whatever it is, or comfort them. That's where he is now, and he's willing to trade whatever he's got for it.
But you can't never, please listen, young men, never center a woman in your life. If you center her, that's what happens. They get burnt one time after another, and after a while, they get so beat down that they just say, I'm just going to grab whatever's coming. So is there a last train leaving for men too, Jason?
Well, I mean, there's never a last train leaving for a man who is working and still productive. Technically speaking, there isn't. However, there's certainly a last type leaving. And right now, brother, we are in the middle of Generation Cuck. This is where we are today. And by the way, folks will start using that phrase too. But we're in the middle of Generation Cuck now, man. This isn't Generation Z anymore. It's Generation Cuck. We got fellas out here that if they can get a hold of something, that's it. They're looking to scramble off the field. And this is why I've always said fellas need to have experiences with females, more than just one. Fellas need to deal, they need to deal with tricky females so they can deal with that without it breaking them and without them getting sprung. They need to deal with some hot girls so they can experience that without getting sprung.
Okay.
Some of you fellas need to deal with some light-skinned chicks and some mixed chicks so you can get that out your damn system and stop acting like that's the greatest damn thing ever. Get that out your system so you ain't sprung. Because if I drop that on you in your 40s or 50s, you're a goner. You're a goner. That's the first one you ever been with. You're dead. You're through. So if you, in your 30s is no good. So if you have a mix, think about it like credit. If you have a mix of credit, if you have a mix of females you've dealt with, now you're not sprung. They're not all new to you. You're not sitting up here thinking it's the last one leaving. And so you got used to it. But these fellows are so damn starved. They are just so absolutely starved that we got grown men. This is the reason why sitting in front of their cell phones is no good, because the cell phone is not going to replace your biological functions.
Never.
You're going to go out in public somewhere. Eventually you got to come out of that house. And when you do, you're going to see the real damn thing. And when you do, you're going to want it. And there ain't nothing on your cell phone that can match up to a woman with real perfume and real double D cups sitting right next to you. She doesn't have to touch you. Just feeling the warmth of her skin being in proximity to you. That's it, dude. It's a wrap. It's over. You ain't never going to pick up the iPhone is never going to be the same. So what I'm saying is, instead of you getting accustomed to dealing with that because it's inevitable, instead they kind of regress into themselves. And by the time they do enter the marketplace, it becomes transactional. They only get their courage up if they got a little finances under them. But the only thing that sets you up for is getting used.
What Jason? And people will say, well, why military men? They've traveled the world. That don't mean they've been exposed to anything. There's prostitutes everywhere you go. And a lot of these guys, I made so much money off these dudes borrowing money from me, because they get paid on Friday. By Sunday, they tricked off all their money. And they had to pay me double, because they're all going to visit the same prostitutes. So when a man devalues women, he doesn't know. And we're talking about these guys doing it in every country they go to. I learned how to talk to women in different cultures. I learned how to talk to women that didn't speak the language I spoke. Now that's when you can do it. But these guys never developed any skills. They spend most of their time drunk in the barracks. They spend most of their time drunk. They in the military does a horrible job. They have to actually have a training thing where we take the mattress off the bed and let the guy in the little springs, and he throw up under the springs and put a bucket up under there. Now, what kind of stuff is that? What type of reinforcement are you teaching somebody?
He's going to squander and waste his prime years. He'll never be with any female that would actually contribute to him. By the time he straightens up, he's going to be a few kids later, a bunch of wasted time later, and he's going to have to grab whatever in the hell he can get on his way out the door. And by the time he gets there, there's plenty of, passed over women who are going to be sitting there, and he thinks he's hot when in reality it's like, okay, well, if you don't mind her kids and if you don't mind her issues and if you don't mind her problems, we'll go ahead and take one.
And the amazing thing, if a woman willing to wait 7 years for one man and then tell you she's demanding this, I scared my daughter in the car. We just got back from a military base. I see it all over the military base. I see it all over with the guys at active duty and everything. She demanded. I told before, when you asked her the question, how many years you've been with him? I said 2 years, right there to myself and out loud. And then she said 2 years. I told him 2 years. My daughter got scared. I apologize, but I knew I was wrong on the second question you asked her. But on that one, I was correct. I say, what is it about these 2 years, these women trying to lock things in? They say, okay, I played good for this amount of time. And she came in hard at you, Jason. I thought the gender wars was about to start. Do you think this going to kick off the gender wars again, Jason?
No, the gender wars have never stopped in that regard. Although certainly it's not looking great for them. Look, I mean, the bottom line is they go through that late epiphany stage. It's like, okay, who's going to take care of me for the rest of my life? For the chicks who are really sprinting there at the finish line, or they really get looking for the last train leaving. So once they hit their 40s, dude, they're like, okay, look, I'm ready to take the fellow who takes me. I only have one criterion. Does he have a chick coming in from somewhere that's reliable? And the more reliable, the better. This is a transaction. This is not attraction. It's a transaction. It's a naked transaction. And what they do is they try to convince him that it's more than that. Because if he ever stopped and thought for a moment, it'd be different. Because here's the issue. He's coming to her because he is passionate and emotional about her. This is a scam if she doesn't feel the same way about him.
Is it a raw deal?
Of course, it's a raw deal. It's a screw job. Call it what you will. But my point is, the man, if he's offering to marry the woman, that's because he's passionate about her. That's all he's getting in the relationship is her. Even Mika ain't trying to work for you. So the only thing that he will get if he marries her is her. What is he getting? Well, what are you giving? Well, it's costing me finances and everything else right here. And what are you offering her? Well, why are you doing it? I'm passionate about her. Then why should she marry you? Well, she's passionate about me. Well, what I'm saying, Prince, is he needs that to be true. I don't know if it's true, but I know that he needs that to be true because that's the only reason he's here. He didn't pick her up because of what she financially does for him. He's not going to pick her up because of what she socially does for him. All he gets is her. He's like, hey, you really got my motor going, so let me go ahead and devote all this productivity and effort to you. And it's worth it if she's willing to give him her allegiance.
As long as she chooses to do that, even if she's being deceptive.
No, not as long. If, because I'm saying if she's deceptive, he never actually had it. And that's the crushing part of it. Once she gets you down the aisle, dude, that's it. You're on the hook for it. And if she's been lying all this time, it's like, dude, you never had it. You never did. Now, how's he going to feel when he wakes up and realizes he never had that? Is he going to be okay? And I don't know, Prince, maybe you're the right guy to talk to about in this regard. When niggas get your age, it's like, do they just, as long as she come home, are they all right with it? Just she do whatever she do out there and whatnot, as long as she come home, he's okay with it?
Let me explain, Jason. Let me tell you something. There's only 4 dudes that I deal with right now, and you one of them. I had a good friend. This man is helped me saved my life several times, told me how to navigate through jobs, but when it came to women, he was pitiful. And what happens is they don't just act like that outside. What a woman's gonna do? She gonna bring that disrespect back to the house. Am I right?
All day. Well, I mean, she's gonna do it in one of 2 ways. If this woman is not passionately committed to you, if you are not the living end, fellas need to pay attention to certain things. But look here, I'm not going to turn the cauldron on tonight, but fellas need to pay attention to certain things. If your woman's vocabulary has not changed, you're not making an imprint. If her television viewing habits have not changed, you're not making an imprint. If the things she's interested in have not changed, you're not making an imprint. You're just the nigga pays the bills. You take a look at the music she listens to. You take a listen to that music and tell me, is that you? We talked about this before, Prince. We talked about this at length. By the way, listen to the music she listens to. Is that you? Now, there's one thing that fellas just miss over. Take a look at her favorite singers. Is that you? You tell me she's passionate about you and that's not you? Really? And you're telling me this is sincere and you got to, okay, all right. Fellas sit up here and like I say, when they're down and out, they go ahead and get settled for. So I think in a lot of cases here, dude, the disrespect manifests itself in a couple of different ways. It's not the name calling. I mean, that's more blatant, although that can come later with a bait and switch. That's not usually going to be the way it's going to be. The way it usually comes is all that stuff she did to get you across the finish line, she stops doing it.
And she'll do it publicly, Jason. Let me tell you, before you ask about the examples, this is what they started doing. Once they know he got the locked in. So he stopped marrying these women. He had to do that after about 5 marriages. But, and he's one that has the Corvettes, the Porsche, he got all that and no furniture in his house. But he got all about 3-4 exotic cars. So this is how she would do it. She was never, this woman in particular he was dealing with the last one. I said, man, I'm going to stop dealing with you. They went to a party of his sisters, and his sister has a big, nice house, and very successful. Her and her husband very successful. And when it was time to go, he said, "Well, are we leaving now?" She told him, "No, I'm going to stay. You can leave." He left her there. She called him, talking about, "Don't nobody want to bring me home." They said, "Well, you the one said you want to stay there." But he didn't. He still went. But he didn't go get her that night. But he still went back to her. He kept letting her play them kind of games. What woman, Jason, you deal with if you come somewhere with her? Would you leave a woman somewhere if she say, "Well, I want to stay a little longer"?
I mean, yeah, but only if that's your girlfriend, if that's your wife, it's like, okay, you got real problems. If that's your girlfriend, you leave her there and you ain't got to worry about it because I got somebody else I'm talking to. So okay. That's your wife? All right, dude. Just no, we chose poorly because I don't believe that just snuck up one day. I don't believe that snuck up one day. The way these forms of disrespect usually show themselves, the more overt one is when their behavior changes. Then there's the more stealthy one. And this is the one that fools a lot of fellas. Everybody knows how to deal with a sexy red because a sexy red is going to be cursing and yelling at you, or she's going to do a bait and switch. Most males can deal well with that one because they can actually identify it. It's the other one that gets most of the suckers. They go find a chick who's intelligent. She probably has a job. She's going to be more calculating. She knows if she bares her fangs, you're likely to revolt. So the real thing is, how do we get maximum value out of you? That's not bearing the fangs. Well, how do you maneuver that? In her case, everything's going to have to be nonverbal. Or let me try this a different way. You're the guy that she settled for. And that's probably the most painful position to be in, is knowing that you're never going to have the opportunity to be that thing that puts that light in her eyes. She's already seen it. She's already experienced it, or she saw it somewhere else and you just don't have it. And there's a bunch of fellas out here who are going to be giving maximum effort, maximum benefit, maximum resources. And in reality, she's just placating you and showing you whatever you need to keep you on the hook. But she's not passionate about you.
Okay.
You're the guy she settled for because, well, you're in this day and age, so many sad sacks out here have given them the vocabulary. Well, why can't you just go for a guy who's nice to you and takes care of you? And the female's like, I'm just looking for a guy who's nice to me and takes care of me. What just got off my phone?
Yes.
The fellas are ignoring that, by the way, this is the settling vocabulary. You guys have been describing settling the whole time. Why didn't she leave the Giga Chads alone? Well, that's the one she's passionate about. Well, why can't she just love me for me and respect me for me? And then when she does run up on you, she starts talking that vocabulary. Did you realize that that's the vocabulary you gave her? You told her how to pull the wool over your eyes. You told her exactly what to say to get you to drop your defenses. You told her. You explained it. And that's why.
Okay.
So now she's sitting here thinking about the dude she got pregnant by, or thinking about the dude she was with for 7 or 8 years. And now here she jumps on you. And by the way, that's why I told her you didn't demand marriage from the fellow who got you pregnant. I don't want to hear about your damn age. This is the game you always play. Well, you didn't demand marriage from him. And you didn't demand marriage from Mr. 7 years either. Now you done met this guy and you walking in the door, jawboning him. Hey, when we getting down this aisle, it's like, wait a minute. For the last 22 years, you didn't require that. Now you meet me with all my benefits and I got to move now. I don't get any amount of time to wait. I'm like, dude, don't you see she's found a sucker?
Here's the game, Jason. The guys, that's why I waited till I got out the military to marry. The women, they cold with these guys. They do it over and over. I don't know why they don't get it. The women wait till you got your full benefits. They make them go work like she has them working, and then they file for divorce.
Oh, yeah, we got to get max benefits out of you and whatnot. In his case there, like I say, it's just she can get one set of benefits, and then if he's working, okay, we get the alimony locked down. And that's what I was saying. In her case, what they do is, especially after the age of 41, she's going to ease back on the working. She's going to want to work fewer hours. She's going to be talking about how he takes care of this. I didn't ask her this because she said he may be listening. But I'm like, if he owns a house and she doesn't, if he owns a house and she doesn't,
you can't make her homeless, Jason. He can't make he can't make her homeless regardless.
If he owns a house and she doesn't, I'm like, oh, this fills in all the gaps now, don't it? This fills in all the gaps.
And you know she's aware of that. Now, Jason, you notice one thing that woman didn't say to you. When every time that you brought up you want a side piece or application, she never said no. At the end, she had to be pinpointed before she kind of started shuffling a little bit. She kept laughing when you said that, but when you said other stuff, oh no. Yeah, but she just giggled.
Well, that's why I'm saying I hope old boys don't really exist, because if he does, I hope he wasn't hearing this, because I'm like, she was pushing up hard, my nigga. She was pushing up hard.
That ain't you emasculating them. That ain't you emasculating them. That's her. You doing your job as a man.
Oh, dude, she was pushing up hard. So, but like I say, once again, fellas, recognize those kind of things. I think it is more perilous to be with a female for whom you are not what she really wanted. Because the problem with that is every day you're going to remind her of what she doesn't have. That's the problem. And, you know, you and me, when we were young, stupid men, we thought that as females get older, they get used to it, and that's a damn lie. They just get old. They never let that go. Never. The whole thing is to get you to accept that, well, she think about another dude, and then you start responding like a hoe. Well, yeah, I know she's still thinking about Ricky, but she with me. And I'm like, okay, you become the hoe now. So it's just, and this is the best your life will be. And what I'm saying is, that's not respect.
No,
Prince,
not.
the problem is, damn it, that ain't respect. I'm with somebody who I know. Now I think I know. You want me to believe this, but it's not true. I know you've got more allegiance to somebody else, but I'm carrying the freight. And I'm just like, no, that's not respect. I don't see how I stick with you and I'm not respected. I got to be up here. Well, I'm with you. That don't mean respect. Are you here because you had a choice, or are you here because that nigga wasn't going to do what you wanted? Are you here because you couldn't get him to do what you wanted? Or if you had all of to do again, oh, I met the two of you on day one. I prefer you over him on day one. Hell no. Hell no. That is why I tell fellas, hey, look here. You got to sit here and recognize that. You got to recognize when passion is missing. And that's why, like I say, to all my nerds out there and whatnot, fellas, it's not going to go away. It's not going to go away. Just like you want the sexy slim thing with the double D cups, that's the way that works. That is the way that works. That's not going to go away. That is genuine passion. You're not going to circumvent that. And stop trying to stop trying to talk the females into not feeling that. You're going to sit up here and acknowledge that women are emotionally based and then say they shouldn't feel passion. No, she's always going to prefer to be in a situation or with a person who can ignite her emotions. And I said the word I meant, ignite. That she is cold and this guy comes along and she's flaming. That's what she's looking for. She's looking for that. She'll settle for the dude who pays the bills, but she is still desiring that fellow who sets her on fire. That's what she desires. Ideally, she would like to have a merging of both, which can be very, very difficult to balance, but you can do it as a man. But if she doesn't, you better watch out if you're not Mr. Passion. You better watch out, and you better watch out if she's doing things to make you believe stuff. And in reality, it's like, yeah, by the way, where's the imprint? Where are the changes in you? Because I taught you all this from day one. Look for the hallmarks that you're with another man's woman. Look for those hallmarks. If you're the dude she's learning from and she's really into you, we're supposed to see changes, man. She's supposed to be changing vocabularies, pastimes, stuff she watches, how she behaves. All that's supposed to start morphing. She's supposed to start becoming a different person. Just like your daughter and whatnot, you know when she's falling in love with a boy, she's starting to act funny. She starts acting different. Okay, well, that's the way it always is. And if you're not seeing that happen, if you're not the guy causing that, if you just the fella paying bills and she's giving you a peck on the cheek and talking about how cute you are and whatnot, it's like, dude, don't you see something's missing? And at that point, all I got to say is, okay, you're okay with that? You're all right with that as long as you got something warm that you're all right with? Okay. I hope it lasts.
Like Whitney Houston, how will I know? If she's not talking to other people about you and all the time, and and just whatever conversation kind of mentioning you, she's not really into you like that. She's not really into you like that. And Jason, let me ask you this here. I've never heard you personally talk about this. Okay, you got the concept of the bad boy. You don't really, I don't know how you divide everything up. I know you got the simp, you got the producer. Where does the bad boy fall in this? Do you really believe in the concept of the bad boy? Or that's just something that's been bastardized by women? Or that's in a figment of their imagination?
No, I mean, absolutely bad boy exists. I mean, absolutely. That's the guy who gives them excitement. That is the counterpart to a hose for the men.
Okay.
Hoes are exciting. Hoes are adventurous. Hoes are uninhibited. Hoes are willing to do new things.
Yes.
Your straight-laced girls don't do that. They're good people, but they're boring. And so if you're a guy who has no experience with females, I guess you'll go ahead and go along with that because you're not used to anything. But if you're a fellow who is, that gets boring. But guess what? The same thing for females. Yes. Females take a boring guy as you're not going anywhere. You're not leading me anywhere. Where I'm at is where I'm going to be. And biologically, females understand that stagnation is death.
Yes.
So that's kind of important. If a guy is courting stagnation, that's kind of important. So what I'm saying is a fella cannot really afford to be boring. That doesn't mean you have to be some stunt driver. But what I'm saying is you cannot afford to be a stick in the mud because you've never actually keyed into her emotions. Because you've never done that, you haven't seen her passionate. And what I'm saying is passion is what a woman will die for.
It's an amazing thing that our mother Betty Shabazz never known her to disrespect throughout her life, disrespect Malcolm X. Dr. King's wife, I've never known her to disrespect. They carried themselves as women. They say she would be in Atlanta on the bus. She rode the bus like anybody. You see her, this is what I'm saying. So now with this passion, Jason, if a man is not bringing her passion, and if she's in the presence of a man that invokes passion out of her, she'll do things for him. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. she'll do things that she tell him she will not do, the man that's providing for her. So what is a man to do if he's afraid of doing what you did? Okay, what you did, you're not afraid of. We kind of nerdy guys, me too, you know, kind of a little bit, you know, but we had to learn the game. Why, if they never willing to take the risk of making mistakes with women, how will they ever grow, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, not just how will you never grow, but, you know, how will you realize that you're not being deceived? A man cannot afford to, when you're with a woman, you're at your most vulnerable as a man. I just saw a story on the news of a fella here in Texas. I want to say, you might have seen it. I want to say it's white dude or whatever, but they're Hispanic. I'm sorry, Latinos. He just got himself, she came home and killed him. He was asleep and she killed him. He told her he wants a divorce. They're getting ready to break up and things. And here a couple of days ago, whatever, she killed the man. Yeah, woman shoots husband on, your San Antonio station, KENS, Channel 5, KENS. Woman shoots husband in the head in his sleep. They've been having, he's talking about he wanted to divorce her. They're talking about we want to divorce. She's like, yeah, forget that. And I saw the neighborhood they're in. I'm like, oh, that's why. Then I saw the neighborhood they're in.
A woman ain't going to get that up.
I saw the neighborhood. Oh boy, no. What I'm saying is that as a man, when we have maximum viability and maximum leverage, that helps. But here's my whole thing. Prince, yeah, they will give it up if they already got it. She was married to him. He said he wants a divorce. She gonna get her little benefits. What this tells me is this dude was the man. He's getting ready to, she's over 40. He's getting ready to send her back to the sexual marketplace.
That's what I'm saying.
And she's like, I'm not going to be able to replace this. The neighborhood, the house, the man. She can get the money and get another house. She's like, oh, this man's the dude. What I'm saying is that, yeah, that tells me he's the dude. Now, he should have been watching her a little bit more. But that tells me that's the dude right there. And what I'm saying is, fellas, if your female does not feel like that about you, she don't love you. I said it.
Jason, why did you have to say that?
If your chick is not like, oh, if I can't have you, no one will. She doesn't love you. She doesn't. If your chick is, or here's the worst thing, Prince. If your chick tells you that she felt that way about the last guy she was with, but that she doesn't feel that way about you, that's settling. That's settling. I would never do that for you. The last fella, I would kill him if he left. You? Oh, no, I would just let you go. Nigga, did you hear what she just said? Did you hear what she just said? She just said that she could take you or leave you. You can stay, you can go. That's what she just said. She did. When a woman acts like this, Prince, she's saying, I'm losing my everything. Yes. That man is my everything. And I'm about to lose everything. That's what. And what I'm saying is, okay, as a man, we risk everything. Yes, you are at your, when the female around you is the one who has your most vulnerable. You have got to make sure that everything is where it belongs. You have to make sure you have her allegiance. You have to make sure she ain't crazy to the point of harming you. Maybe harming herself, but not you.
How you going to know that if you don't test her? And by testing her, it might be dangerous. What test can you do in something, in a situation that's that extreme, that you'll know if you leave this woman, she could possibly lose it. You won't know that unless you pushed her to that edge, right?
Man, look here. I'm just like, look, if you know you are the best a woman's ever had, I'm just warning you. You're on dangerous ground.
That's the way to look at it.
If you can't get that, okay, I got her here, I'm the man. I'm like, bruh, you're on dangerous ground. You're on dangerous ground. Like I say, I stopped walking in front of cars with females because if things were in bad situations, I stopped walking in front of the car. Yeah, I finally got smart enough to stop doing that. So I'm just saying, hey, dude, fellas, if you do get to a point where you are the man with them, you're on dangerous ground. Just keep that in mind. If she's letting you know you're her everything, please take that as, if you know it and she's confirmed it, you can see from everything she's doing, oh, I'm that dude. Bruh, this could go bad. She gonna try to do something to you. She could call them people. She can call your job. She can crash your credit, burn the house down, third eye. You know, I'm just saying, or left eye, whatever her name was. But yeah, that can happen. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, Jason, that type of passion, you can't buy. If either it's there or it is not. And I appreciate everything that you're doing for us, brother, because if these guys that you think you're undermining other guys, but you're actually putting yourself at risk because this is what I want to ask you, Jason. How do you know if a woman is I forget. I'll talk about it on Patreon tomorrow.
Okay.
I just forgot it that quick.
That's all right. Thank you very much for giving us a call here tonight. How much passion are y'all expecting to get out of Halle Berry, too, by the way? Think about that for a few moments. 57 damn years old. How much passion we gonna get out of her? Fellas, how passionate do you think Halle Berry gonna be? Jason, I saw in Monsters Ball. Nigga, please. That was the 35-year-old version of Halle. She's 57 here, bruh. She's literally on Capitol Hill talking about menopause. Literally. You talking about I'm ignoring all of that. And let's see. She's literally on Capitol Hill talking about how we can get the government to give up more money benefits for menopause and menopause research. And you talking about Monsters Ball. You talking about Monsters Ball. Do you hear yourself? This is where she is. Let me go here back on the phone lines. Let me get caller from area code 229. You're on live with the business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yeah, Jason, this is Big C out of Bainbridge.
Okay, Big C out of where?
Bainbridge, Georgia.
Okay, out of Bainbridge, Georgia. And what's on your mind?
Hey, man, I like the way you putting it on the bridge tonight, man. That chick that was on the phone.
60 seconds.
Trying to get out of, the questions you was asking her. But you pinned her down, man. She knows she's there for the benefits. If that guy wasn't a sergeant or whatever, having those benefits, she wouldn't be trying to get him at this stage in her life. These chicks in their 40s, early 60s, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that last train leaving. They're looking for that. So, yeah, you nailed it down. There was no way around it. You asked her the question about the benefits. What is it that he's going to gain from her? Nothing. She's not building, all of this stuff. So there was no benefit for him, but she getting all the benefits. But the thing I wanted to ask you, Jason, was, what do you think about this, man? The younger chicks, like, they thotting it up, they hot girl summering it, in their early teens, late teens, early 20s. So by the time they're 27 to 35, they probably got 3 or 4 kids, never been married. So, what are we to do as men? You know what I'm saying? There's guys out here like that too, but I'm just saying when you look at the overall picture of what's really going on, they're not finding good men early in life, and then they're not marrying early. They're getting married in their 50s and 60s, or trying to get married in their 50s and 60s. And then you got the simps out here marrying them in their 50s and 60s. So what are we doing?
They're marrying. Some of the chicks here, but that's few and far between. The majority of them are sitting in church and sitting at the bingo game, and sitting at the bingo parlors. So that's the fate of the majority of them. Anybody who's been to an old folks' home, it's not a bunch of married women there. So it is what it is. Yeah. But certainly there's a bunch of down and out dudes, and if the chicks, basically you got a full court press at this point in their lives, so that they can grab him before he gets too far down the road. They're going to try to get him. It used to be that the fellas in their 50s, and even in their 60s, were more discerning. But I think so many of them have been left on the curbside for pickup. They have no options. They're not competitive. There isn't any competition to be with them. They're not the kind of guy that females would compete for because they're not passionate about them. So these guys end up, trying to make, 60 the new 20. Those are the guys. And the females are now testing for that. Now, there's the difference. I did this program tonight to let you all know. The females are testing for that now, fellas. When they hit middle age, when they hit 40, 50 and older, they're testing for that now. They're now testing for the guy who, yeah, you didn't get a bunch of play. Let me gas your head up. No, you're not that fly. Oh, look at this little fella over here. And she knows to not offend his sensibilities. And remember, if a female been with a bunch of dudes, she knows how to gas a fella head up. She done slept with a bunch of fellas. She knows what she did right and she knows what she did wrong. The things that she, quote, did wrong, she was like, well, yeah, I did that because I didn't have to worry about pissing you off because I had plenty of options. So I didn't care if I pissed you off. Once she gets older and out of options, now she stops doing that. Now, all of a sudden, she stops doing it. So what I'm saying is they know what they're doing. And now that they're at the point where they don't have that option, I was like, okay, let me go ahead and act like I got some sense to get this guy over a barrel. And what I'm saying is, well, that sounds great and all, but you're now assuming that she's going to abide by the deal. Yeah, you're being self-deluding, but you're now assuming she's going to do the same. And that's a hell of a gamble to be making, because I submit to you all, people don't change. You know, if they do, they become more what they already were, but people don't change.
Mm-hmm. You also made a point about the silent chick. You know, the one that's calculating, silent. You know, she moving in silence, but that's the dangerous one. You're right. You know, versus the one that you know, that's pretty much verbal about, you know, how she feel about you and stuff like that. But the silent chicks is the one you really got to look out for. You hit that right on the head with that one.
No, look, most males today are desperate, and so they go in unassuming because, look, every female, whether she's a silent chick or whether she's sexy red, she knows that men want sex to be frictionless. What they do is they go look for a guy who's starved. He may not usually strike people that way, but it's like, she's looking at, you're not the kind of fella that women just jump for. And so she makes it frictionless for him. I don't care if it's the most recessive Coke bottle glasses wearing girl or whether it's the biggest Insta thought. All females know this. They all know it. They all understand it. They all get it. They learn it early. And the chicks who are so-called quiet, it's not because they're quiet. It is because you're not engaging to her. That's the difference. So there are some females who are just more outgoing. Then there are others that only respond to a fella who ignites that in them. And that's why I say you have to watch out for that, because I'm like, yeah, she talking quiet, but she gonna move loud. And that's the way that always goes. She talk quiet because she's just not as outgoing as some of these other chicks, but it's like as soon as she feels like she's comfortable, she gonna move loud. Remember, if you're going to go to court for divorce, you'd be far more worried about the quiet chick you were married to for 20 years than the Insta-thought who was there for 3.
Yeah.
If she's quiet, it's usually because she's more calculating. You don't have to think about it as calculating as in rocket science. She's more calculating socially. She's looking to, usually it's because they were raised as children, whether it's an abusive environment or just not very loving in that regard, they're conditioned to be more calculating. There's a result that they're looking for from you. And they're trying to devise how to best get that result.
Okay. Last question, if you don't mind. And I'll land my plane. What percentage of simps versus regular guys do you think is greater?
Oh, simps out. No, simps out. No, they say money make the world go round. Simps make the world go down. So no. The simps are the rule, not the exception. That's why females gravitate to the top 20%. They can't stand the simps. Because a woman understands that if this fellow was so weak that he allowed her to get over on him, he's not valuable. Here's the problem with the men who allow women to sprint them down the altar. You are obviously not very valuable. Because a valuable man would be hard to catch. He'd be hard to trap. He'd be hard to pin down. He would not be so. If a man has a bunch of options, then why did you give up yours so willingly? If you had all these females who wanted you, why did you give up your options so willingly if you actually had them? Well, your options must not, if you did have a bunch of options, they must not have been worth very much. A female knows this. So if a guy allows himself to get sprinted down that aisle, you just gave up the game, nigga. No, don't try that garbage. You're going to try to pass off the rest of the world. If you were really that valuable, it would have been hard to get you down that aisle. You would have had so many other females that you were thinking about, boy, I don't want to give this up. But obviously either there was nothing to give up, or whatever you had to give up wasn't worth very much. Now, this is math. I don't care whether the woman is 29 or 99. If this man has a bunch of females jockeying for him like that, getting him down that women of quality getting him down that aisle is going to be hard as hell. It's going to be hard as hell because he's thinking about everything he's going to give up. If he gave it up that easily, then there was nothing to give up. And a woman knows this. Why? Because she's dealt with men her whole life. Yeah, the ones who were non-committal were the ones who had a bunch of options. Oh, you gave it up quick. Yeah, you're not worth very much. But I better not let you know that. And so now begins a lifelong practice of pulling the wool over his stupid eyes, which is a lot easier if he actually doesn't want to see, because there's where simping comes from. A guy who knows he ain't worth that much. And this is that third category I didn't get to talk about with Prince. You know, the women who disrespect you with bait and switch, the women who sit there and they settle for you. And then the third category is not really the women, it's the men. The men who wish to be lied to. Like Cypher in the first Matrix movie. Plug me back in. I don't care if she doesn't really love me. She's here. And I'm just tired of being alone. So, even if she doesn't, then as long as she'll stick around. And that's not a grown man talking, that's a child.
Is he considered a simp?
Dude, that is the heart of simping. Simps are individuals who think they can purchase respect. Jason, what was the definition of a simp? A man who thinks he can purchase respect. Think about any simp male you ever thought of. He thought he could purchase it. He didn't think, he was not good enough to engender it naturally. He thought he could buy it. He thought he could purchase it. He thought he could go around about to get it. Let me make an end run. Let me find something else to hand you. I've tried to tell you all this before. The car is supposed to have value. You can't buy a female a car and get respect. She's supposed to want that car because it's yours. She's supposed to want that car because it's attached to you, that the value is it's yours. That anytime anybody sees that thing, they know, oh, that's his car. And what she's saying is, yes, and I'm his woman. And that's what gives the car its value. Not Lamborghini, not Mercedes. Lamborghini and Mercedes and Ferrari don't give the car the value. You're supposed to be what gives it its value. But you see, here's the problem. You can't lie to a man that he's giving it that value if you tell other people that he gave it to you and nobody gives a damn. There's the problem. Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. Let me get one more call here. Caller from Air Code 405. You're on Live with the Business. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Melvin from OKC.
Okay, Melvin from Oklahoma City. What's on your mind?
Okay, I had a question. I remember when you said in one broadcast, you said that for a woman in her 20s, I think you said something, sex was coupled with benefits and commitment.
When men approach her in their 20s, they're offering sex and tangibles, sex and benefits. As they get older, they're just offering sex.
Yeah, that's what you said. I remember you said that. So could you elaborate on that some more?
Well, yes. I mean, when the female's in her 20s, the men are laying the world. Most of the men she meets are the ones she desires. So she's being approached by the most desirable men. That's really the peak. Now, it depends on the female. It's relative to her, but relative to her, these are the men who are most desirable. And nobody was approaching her. I mean, of course, men are always approaching you just offering sex. What I'm saying is that wasn't all she was being offered. Men were offering sex and benefits, sex and tangibles, sex and commitment. That's what they were offering her in her 20s. That's why when couples get married at that point right there, it tends to go better, assuming they've known each other long enough. Well, yeah, if you haven't had a slew of sexual partners and if you both commit earlier, all right, fine. If you hadn't had a bunch of folks to compare it to. When a female has a whole bunch of dudes she's been with, she's got a lot to compare it to. And now she's looking for somebody to outdo. Whoever was her peak, she's looking for the fellow who will outdo that. So that's the one that's what she desires now. Only as she gets older, she's no longer in her peak anymore. The value has gone down. So she wants a man.
So
Now as she's gotten older, she wants a man who's going to give her $1 million of resources and status and benefits while she's bringing him 20 years of depreciation.
And why that is that, you know, their price gets higher as they get older.
Because as they get old, because as they get older, they need more. Doesn't matter what they realize. Gravity is gravity. Inflation is inflation. There is, as women get older, they expect to not have to labor. That's why the price has to get higher. A young female is willing to hold a job while she chases you around the city. An older female has been beaten down psychologically and emotionally for 2 decades in the workforce. She is looking for the exits. In the chat room, somebody said like vehicle maintenance. Okay, brother, slow down. In the chat room, somebody said like vehicle maintenance. Here's the issue. A chick who's 25 years old will change her own oil. A 45-year-old won't. So as women get older, they are looking for a softer life. That's why when a 41-year-old calls me up talking about she getting ready to kick it into high gear, I know she's selling dreams. As a female gets older, she's looking for a softer, cushier life, not more difficult. They lied to themselves and told themselves they can make it in the workforce as long as us. No, they can't. The longer they stay in that workforce, the worse it gets. The more debilitating and grinding it becomes. And as they get older, it psychologically starts to crack them. Those of us who are over the age of 45 have met a whole bunch of females who they come home crying, calling you up, boo-hooing and singing the blues about their job. They used to just come home and complain. Now they come home and literally cry tears about the same job they've been at all this time. What it's telling you is psychologically it's wearing them down. As men, it doesn't do that to us. So when that starts happening, the women start looking for the exits. And hell yeah, that's going to be expensive. Taking all that load off of her. She's got a car, consumer debt, a house, or an apartment. Now you got to carry the load of 2 people. Hell yeah. And she needs you to do all that now. She needs you to do all that right now. There is no break-in period. You got to be able to, when she can't drop half of it on you. You got to carry all of it. Every bit of her lifestyle that she is living, she expects you to do all of that now. And remember, she expects you to take up where the best man she ever was with, she expects you to take up where he left off at. That's why it's more expensive than when they're younger. That's why it will always be more expensive than when they're younger.
Unspoken female assumptions. Huh?
Correct. And you'll be under the gun of it. She'll never say these things. She just starts making demands of you. As she's gotten older, she's looking to, the younger female you were with was willing to work while she got the benefits. The older female thinks she's already put that in. Remember, unspoken female assumption number 1 was that she's going to get credit for everything she did before now. That you will give her credit for the last 2 decades of her working. And that you will take up where the last man who left her left off at. So remember, she's done 2 decades of working with somebody else. She now wants to sit down with you, but she expects you to let her sit down and give her credit for all the work she's done for the last 20 years with somebody else. Now you have to redeem that coupon.
Damn. I just don't understand why they don't cash out when they got the chance.
Because they're always looking for a bigger, better deal. Always. And it's only when the phones, women don't believe that they can't get better until the phone stops ringing. When the phone stops ringing, now they take it seriously. But they will not take you seriously until that phone stops ringing. Women don't believe what men say, they believe what we do. And as long as we continue to call them, as long as we put likes on Halle Berry's page, she will believe she still got it.
Wow. So I think it's more of a delusional thing, especially in today's climate with social media. You know, it gives them a false, sense of, I'm not going to say self-worth, but...
Well, no, I mean, settling is a sexual strategy. Settling is a sexual strategy for females. Every female sits up here and lies to you and tells you she won't settle. Every female has a point. Every female has a ceiling and every female has a floor. And their whole thing is to convince men that they don't have a floor, that they won't settle. And they settle every day. So settling is part of the sexual strategy. It's like an auction, a blind auction. Their job is to convince you they would never settle, and in reality, sure they will. My issue is don't make a lifelong commitment to a female who's settling. Don't do that.
All right, Jason, I'm gonna land my plane there. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much for giving us a call tonight. B1 is always here. Like I say, fellas, I mean, look, it's okay to deal with hoes who are settling. You're not as fly as, Trick Williams, whoever she was with before. Shout out to Trick Williams. No disrespect, brother. You're doing your thing over there. But, I mean, it's okay, fellas, if you were the chick, you're not really the guy she's passionate about or whatever. It's like, okay, that's okay if you're not going to make a commitment to her. That's okay if she's on the clock. That's fine. But you're going to make a commitment and you're obligated and your liabilities? No. Not then you don't. Not then you don't. That's all I'm saying. Not then you don't. Now you got a raw deal. Now you have a raw deal. That's what makes men feel like they got cheated. That's what created the red pill, is feeling like they're getting a raw deal, feeling that she was not as invested as you are. That's the problem. Feeling like you were more invested. That tears away at men's souls. Why? Because she is going to require that you give her your everything. Now there's where things get bad. She's going to require you give her everything. Gayle King is 69 years old, assuming she sometimes talks to men, is going to be expecting that man to make her his only option. 69 years old, can only wear an extremely firm one-piece bikini for the 1 or 2 octogenarians who want to take a peek. What? But she still expects you to make her your everything. I want you to understand that as a man, they 50 and 60 years old, but they expect you to make her your everything. No, you can't talk to another female. You can't have no other options. If you do, straight to divorce court, nigga. Gotcha. Even if she told you could talk to other broads when y'all were dating, she's going to turn that spigot off. Even if she told you that while you were dating, she is going to close that lockbox and say, yeah, and about that other women thing, yeah, I've never really liked that. I've never really liked that. She'll be in her damn 40s and 50s and 60s, and the price is skyrocketing. And what I'm saying is, man, are you getting that level of value for it? That this is your everything? So you've blocked out all the other options. This one right here is taking the place of everything. Really? Really? That's the kind of thing I want you to keep in mind. That's not a good square deal. That isn't. And having people bully us and bludgeon us into saying that 50 and 60 is the new damn 20. Y'all need to settle in where the hell you are. Stop. If you didn't make the right damn moves when you were actually 20 years old, how the hell you gonna come back 4 decades later and gaslight us and tell us, okay, I've been waiting around 4 decades for you? What? The man's gonna work harder than he ever has, give up more than he ever has, risk more than he ever has. And what is he getting? That these are literal questions to ask, because I know what he's going to have to give. I know what he's giving. And too many fellas out here for the last 4 decades, you've been living on bread and water. Let me go back to what I was saying here before. This is why some of you fellas, you need to deal with a number of females before you ever start talking about committing to somebody, so that you ain't sprung. So you're not sprung. You sitting up here starry-eyed over some mixed chick. Okay, that's why you need to date some mixed chicks. You can get that out your system and stop being sprung. You talking about dating chicks overseas. Okay, you need to get a few of them out so you can get over that, unless you turn to a fetish, in which case there's no helping you. You need to do that so you can get that out your damn system. I was a young man. I was dating females older than me. Don't tell me about no damn cougars. I was dating cougars and mountain lions. Okay, got that out of my system, man. I ain't sprung on that. I'm like, dude, I'm 19, 20 years old with it. It's like, I'm not sprung. I'm not sprung. And yes, fellas, you need to deal with some hoes. Not necessarily go look for them, but it's like, okay, this chick trying to tell you she probably purebred and you know damn better than that. You need to deal with some hoes so you can see how hoes move. Hoes will sit up here and go straight to work blowing your damn mind. Hoes are sitting up here auditioning to be porn stars. A lot of fellas ain't never had a chick who throw it down like that. You had a chick who just wasn't shy about doing some things, but you ain't had no chick who's sitting up here. I'm talking about, making DVDs and ready. You just like, whoa, she is prime time. From the moment she went to work on you, you like, she been around this block for a minute. I'm talking about like, that's like, whoa, I only saw this on X video. I only saw this stuff in the Hustler video. Fellas, if you've been with a few hoes, then you're not sprung anymore. You're like, okay, that's what they do. And their level of sexuality, that's something you've experienced. You wait till your ass is 40, 50, 60 years old, and this is the first time that you've had a sexual specialist. That's the first time you done had one. Oh, that's a wrap. This nigga's sprinting down the aisle. He's like, I found the one. The damn divorce attorneys are sitting there telling her, keep my card. We're going to clean this nigga out. Keep my card. About 3-5 years, you'll be dialing me up. She's like, thank you. And that's what I'm saying. If you have a mix of them to deal with and you've had a wealth of experiences, and I ain't saying sit up here and get a triple-digit body count. What I am saying is don't sit up here and be shy. Have some experiences. Do not tell yourself that the female that you are with is the last one you're ever going to be with in life, because that plays right into her strategy, not into yours. A man's strategy is to always have options. A female's strategy is to block off all the options. But the way a female is supposed to do that is she's supposed to prove that she's better and more valuable than all your options. That's the way she's supposed to do that. And she is supposed to be passionate and enthusiastic, and you are supposed to be the living end. And the reason why you must be is because you're about to make yourself vulnerable on a level that you've never been before. You're about to be liable to the state. And they will not care if she was passionate about you or not. That's the problem. Now, she cares if you were, but the state's not going to require her to be passionate about you. When she gets ready to leave, they're going to say, oh, well, you're still liable. And I'm saying if you're going to start taking chances like that, and if that's the obligations you're looking at, then did you make sure of that? And is a 60-year-old the best you can do? This isn't about hurting folks' feelings here. This is about telling the damn truth. As men, we too many simps and suckers out here dragging the value down for every damn body. Is a 60-year-old really the best you can do? That's the best you can do. You worked all this time and worked all your life, and this is what we're bringing home. This is the best you can do. This is how much your effort and toil and expertise, this is what it was worth. Right here. This is what you cashed it in for. Menopause and divorce papers. This is what you cashed it in for? This? Really? And what's the message you're sending to the younger fellas? Oh, I forgot you don't give a damn what you're sending to them. Ladies, I am not saying that there isn't somebody for you. Actually, mathematically speaking, for most of you, there won't be somebody. But I'm not saying that it's mathematically impossible. Of course, it's definitely possible. We've always said that. There's no miracle about that. We're just saying, yeah, by the way, it's going to be, the guys there. Yeah, it's not going to be the ones you really prefer. Oh, you're going to lie. You're going to have to. Definitely to him, you got to lie to him. Because he's not going to let you take him if you don't convince him. If you tell him the truth and show him the truth, he's never going to fall for this. So you're going to have to convince him that you really feel about him the way you felt about the last dude. Okay, but meanwhile, okay, let me ask you a question here. I want to deal with this tonight before the program is over here because I want to deal with this here real quick. How many females who are 57 years old, how exciting are you expecting a 57-year-old man to be? No, let's just go ahead and deal with this right quick. How exciting is a 60-year-old female expecting a 60-year-old man to be? You want to know why it is that you're looking backwards and you're thinking about when you were in your 20s? Because you knew that those men in your 20s were exciting. Those fellas were exciting. They were doing things. Not every fella is CrossFit built. What 60-year-old thinks that a man is sitting up here windsurfing and sitting up here trying to go on adventures? This nigga ain't trying to do nothing but take a cruise somewhere. The Tom Joyner morning cruise. That's all he's trying to do. He's not being exciting. And you miss that because you understand, I'll be damned, that was my last rodeo. See, older females will take a younger fella because, okay, there's going to be excitement. She ain't expecting a 60-year-old dude ain't being exciting. There is no excitement there unless that 60-year-old dude's trying to date a 30-year-old. The 60-year-old dude with a 60-year-old female, y'all both trying to put icy hot on your joints. Ain't neither one of y'all trying to do nothing exciting. What are you talking about? Twerking's out of the damn question. You don't want to throw your hip out. What are you talking about? You trying to make a twerk video at 60? That's damn me comic relief.
Auntie, chill.
Baby, quit. Quit. No, there's nothing wrong with a 60-year-old man being with a 50-year-old woman so long as the 50-year-old woman just accepts that this is a 60-year-old man. This is a 60-year-old dude. Stop it. He ain't trying to figure out how to be 30 years old again. If that fella ain't coming through the door and that's the life he leads, he ain't trying to figure out how to be 30 years old again. Get ready to settle in. You think about being in your 20s because that was when you got the most benefits. That's when dudes were doing the most work. That's when you were getting the most resources. That's when the men were their most exciting and doing the most stuff there, when the most stuff was happening. You can't be the it chick with a damn retiree.
And deal with it, nigga.
You 50 years old. Okay, well, he's 68 years old. Baby, what do you expect him to be doing? What new mountains do you expect a 68-year-old to be climbing? How much work do you how much of a star do you expect him to be? No, this nigga is not known and respected nowhere. That's just it. His credit cards are good, okay? Just his credit cards are good. When y'all show up at Aldi, when he swipe his credit card, it's gonna work. So that much I can tell you. But the bottom line is a female is looking for a fella who is exciting. Okay, how much excitement is a 50-year-old expecting from a 65-year-old man? That's why she's looking backwards. That's why she's like, hey, I can perform like a 20-year-old, which is a damn lie. How exciting is he supposed to be? What is he supposed to do? She think about them fellas she used to be with. I'm like, okay, unless he's that dude, and he's not. Unless he's that dude, it ain't happening. And now she has to accept that because, oh, ladies, I'm about to hurt your damn feelings, but it is what it is. An old woman makes a man feel old.
Alrighty then.
Ladies, but it's true. Well, Jason, what about you men? Okay, let me go ahead and explain about us men. Let me explain something here. Our money stays new.
And deal with it, nigga.
Let's be clear about that. Our money stay new. Our money stays young. Our money gonna stay 20 years old for the rest of our damn lives. Our productivity is gonna stay 20 years old for the rest of our damn lives. Our money always gonna be the fountain of youth. Oh, you can hate that as much as you want to. I had a bunch of folks jump out when I said that. Must have been the ladies there. They got upset. Ladies, I just gotta tell the damn truth. Our money gonna stay young. And a man with young money with an old woman don't mix. Unless his ass is down and out. You want a man who is competitive? You want a man who's gonna make things happen? It is what it is. It is what it is. Our productivity gonna stay young. Our money gonna stay new. Every time we get paid, that's a new dollar bill coming through. Every time we get paid, that is a new buck coming through the account. That's young money. Every single time. Every time we get an award, we get an accolade, we produce something, we build something, we get a new line of credit, we make a new building go up. That's new. That's young. That's 20 years old all over again. He can do it at 20, he can do it at 90. Janie, a man having kids doesn't necessarily get in the way of his ability to make your life easier. You having kids don't help you make his life easier at all. That's the difference. A man can have kids, and if he's willing to work more than you, and he will, then he can make your life easier still. You with kids, you can't make your life easier. You're not trying to figure out how to make his easier. There's no part of you that's looking for a way to ease up his life. That's the difference. No, man, we're not equals. No, we're not. We're not equals and we're not comparable. We are not. A man will have 10 kids, shout out Future, and still be producing at a high level. A female got 2 kids, she ain't producing nothing for a man. Because she knows a man will carry his kids and her. A female isn't gonna carry her kids and a man. That's why y'all all complain. This nigga ain't doing nothing. A woman's not gonna carry her children and a man. A man will carry his kids and you. And that's exactly why the hell the world's messed up right now. We got too many damn white knights and Tarzan swinging in to save the damn day. That got y'all thinking all of us are gonna do that. Then when somebody lets them in on the real, they talking about we the ones wrong. You wrong and crazy. No, what you need to do is go find that nigga you was with. Go find that simp ass sad sack. Go be over there and go do that. The only problem is, you get what you paid for. No, she's going to want that excitement. Here's the other thing here. If you 50 years old trying to convince the world that you 20 years old, how the hell are you going to do that with a 70-year-old man? Okay, if you really are Halle Berry here and you really are trying to get that fountain of youth re-going for yourself, let me go ahead and throw that back up here. If you really are her and you really trying to make that happen at 57 years old, okay, baby, I'll go ahead and let that go there. By the way, who is going to give you that youthful vitality if you are bringing 25-year-old femininity? 25-year-old femininity with a 60-year-old don't match. So even if you were telling the truth, you look kind of crazy. If you really do got 25-year-old quality femininity, then meanwhile, she over there with Father Time. No, baby, you getting in where you fit in. No, how are you going to sit up here looking young as you can damn well be? A female who looking young as she can be? No, that fella can't sit up here. You can't sit up here looking old like that. It can't happen. It can't happen. Come on now. It can't. You jet black and he's all looking all old and stuff. No. And I'm not just saying that simply because I have been fortunate enough and blessed enough that I have not gone gray yet. I'm not just saying that, but I am saying it damn sure helps. It damn sure helps, let me tell you. It damn sure helps not to have to buy just for men. It helps. I ain't hating, fellas. I ain't flexing or stunting either. I'm just saying, well, it does help. That's nice. Jason, you worry about salt and pepper? I ain't really had to deal with that. Knock it off. Knock it off, Kia. Knock it off. The only time females like a man with gray hair is if that indicates his money is stacked. You ain't never seen none of these young chicks trying to get with a broke gray nigga with salt and pepper hair. Y'all ain't seen that. The gray fellas ain't trying to have that. Them young chicks ain't doing none of that. Them young chicks ain't looking for a gray fella. If she got a body count, Mr. Gray is ain't one of them unless his money is straight. Now, that's what she means. Oh, his money was straight. That's what she means. His money straight. Go find that broke gray-haired nigga. Go see see if that one's good. See, he can be 25 years old with jet black hair and broke. She'll go for that. Go get him at 65 years old or 55 years old or 45 years old with gray hair. She's like, wait a minute, let me pat them pockets down right quick. Let me pat them pockets down. Kia, you wouldn't consider him to have any wisdom if he broke, baby. Let's just stop it there. She's using all them code words. It means wisdom. She means wise with his damn money. If his bank account is flat, she's gonna be like, oh, you ain't got no wisdom. He's sitting up here quoting Mark Twain and Socrates and Plato. And she's like, wait a minute. He's talking about how wise he is. She's like, you broke. Oh, you ain't too damn wise then. That's what she would say. Oh, you're not very wise. No, she let me pat them pockets down. Oh, you are very wise. She starts sounding like Confucius then. The men who have great wisdom also have great wallet. That's what she be. That's the proverb you talking about. That's where she would be. No, fellas. None of these chicks in their 20s, if it's an old dude, he can't be broke. Salt and pepper hair, he can't be broke. He got to have a nice car. He got to have a nice house. He got to be throwing dollars. No. That's the whole point. They like, look for the gray hair dudes. They'll trick off the money. Look for the gray hair dudes. They spend money. These young fellas won't do it. The old fellas, they got to leave with their wallets. They don't have desirability. Leave with their wallets. That's what they're looking for there. Come on now. Come on. A fella can't be gray hair with a young chick, and that's all. That's not attractive there. They lie to you. They sit up here, that's like in foreign countries where the fat dude is desirable. It's like, yeah, he's the only one that ain't starving. He's the only one that ain't starving. No, you got an old fella. Oh, he getting a check from somewhere. He can pay. I know he can pay some bills. Look at his old ass. He got some check. Pat these pockets down. Do you got a cash app? Pat these pockets down. Oh, look, girl, he got a BMW 7 Series. All right. Okay. Let me go to his house and see what else he got. Let me go to his house and see what else he got. She want to go around and see if he still got pictures of his girlfriend or wife up there. It's like, oh, all right. Let's see what we got. No, fellas, that's why y'all got to have somebody who knows what's going on, because these chicks will say that kind of stuff, and because this is that conventional wisdom, y'all will sit there and just nod your heads and go along with it. Well, that sounds about right. No, let me clear up these misconceptions. Chicks don't have body counts with salt and pepper hair dudes. They don't do that unless the money's straight. That the fella who pushes the damn mop at Walmart, he can't tell you about his 25-year-old girlfriend. The fella who cleans the skybox at Mercedes Stadium, he can't tell you about his 25-year-old girlfriend. No, he got to bring salt and pepper and green. He got to bring salt and pepper and bread. That's what he got to bring. If he doesn't, they'll be on Facebook. This dirty old man tried to talk to me today. If he tries that, they'll be on Facebook. This dirty old man tried to talk to me. Then you become the old man. This dirty old man tried to talk to me today. I'm like, I'm young enough to be your daughter or your granddaughter. This dirty old man tried to talk to me. That's what it would be. He got his money straight. Girl, I found me a new bae. She's sitting here styling and profiling it. I love salt and pepper. You go take a look of her whole dating history. Ain't dated nothing over the age of 30. Soon as the money dry up, as soon as she needs something, I love salt and pepper men's. Then it becomes that. I love salt and pepper men. I love me a silver fox. Oh, you need some rent money, don't you? You need some rent money. We might have a conversation about that before it's over. I did this tonight because I don't want the young fellas or anybody else out here to be deceived, man. I don't want you to be deceived. Hey, look, if you want to be lied to, I mean, that's your thing, man. If you want to be lied to, you go right ahead. You go right ahead and you be lied to as much as you want to, but don't demand that the rest of us do it with you. Don't demand that. Don't demand that all of us go along with this with you. No. A man is not as competitive for a 50-year-old as he is for a 20-year-old or even a 30-year-old, nor should he be. And a woman at 50 or 60 shouldn't be expecting a man to be as competitive as he was at 30 or 40 unless that's just who he is. And I want the fellas to stop gassing these old women's heads up, man. Marcella, young men dating older women for their money, please just sit down. You ain't never gone on Facebook and met a young fella who was married to an old chick who was papered up. Knock it off. You ain't never gone on Facebook and seen a young fella driving a G-Wagon that belonged to his sugar mama. Please. All y'all do is throw some little old petty ass milk money and be acting like you supporting niggas. You don't know a single damn female who's paying for a condo that her young boyfriend is living in. Get off of it. You ain't never seen that happen. You can't name a single one. Men, hell, we can't get y'all to buy us nothing for Father's Day. What? Y'all don't buy us nothing for Father's Day. Y'all don't buy us nothing for Valentine's Day and then trying to promote this lie about women taking care of men. Women don't take care of men. Women throw $3 little old dollars and then be acting like they just paid off the national debt. Paid off $3 little old dollars and that's it. Yeah, no lack. Niggas, we sit up here and pay for their hair done and their nails done. She ain't springing in for a haircut. It's like you got to pay for your own. If you even approach her about that, she's like, what you want me to do? All of a sudden, she don't care what your hair look like. Oh, go ahead and grow a fro. I've always wanted to know what you look like with your hair blowed out. So go ahead and grow a fro. She'll do anything to prevent from paying for nothing. Please. Every pair of shoes you got in your closet, you paid for. That's it. Women love telling that lie about taking care of young men. I didn't have them. Them chicks wasn't taking care of me when I was young. They had their own stuff, and I respected that. They weren't a financial burden. I'll be damned. I had to make all my own car payments. That wasn't happening. Females don't take care of men. Females throw a little bit of money here or there to finance. If she got a place where there's paid off or whatever, there's not going to be a burden. The nigga's on the couch. What she's not doing is paying his rent. Women don't pay our rent. They don't pay our car notes. They don't pay our utility bills. They don't do none of that. None. Y'all don't even buy us birthday presents. Men in here, the whole reason why men got their damn credit together is because they got to buy gifts for you all. That's why y'all's credit is messed up. Y'all couldn't finance a car for us if your life was on the line. Let's just keep it real. What about the older women who pay for younger men? You talking about that damn Happy Meal you bought him last year? You talking about that one? I'm taking care of him. You mean that time you actually paid for the meal at the restaurant yourself? You talking about that one? No, Marcella, no, you don't. No, you do not. Just stop it. Now I got to wrap things up because now they're going to start lying. No, you don't. Women don't do that. First of all, women ain't paid like that. Second of all, women don't do that. Because the women show up looking to see what they can get. Marcella just, all right, she gonna stick by it. She like Cassandra. That's her version of the story. She gonna stick by it. Meanwhile, there's not a man in here who can sit up and talk about, boy, I ain't gotta worry about the rent next month. The old girl gonna take care of it. Marcella, will you go ahead and submit your side chick application then. Marcella, you have my permission. Go ahead and submit your side chick application. Since you are a rare breed. Well, that's good. That's exactly what the hell I'm looking for. I'm looking for a rare breed. So go ahead and submit your side chick application. So since that nigga ain't gonna get no use out of you and whatnot, and you through with that, well, by the way, I'm next up. So she treating. Okay, finally, she says she comes pre-wired to pay tribute. That's what she's saying. It's about to go south here in a minute. Now she's going to talk about what she doesn't do. Watch. Now she's going to talk about what she doesn't do. Hey, Cold Soldier, back up, nigga. Hey, this is my program. Back up before I time your ass out. Soon as I saw it right there, you're like, hey, what about me? No, nigga, you go back. No, you got a shift to do tomorrow. You got to work tomorrow. That's what you do. No, he saw me move in. He's like, hey, hold on. Hey, two of us can play this one. The hell we can. The hell we can. And everybody else was slow. Cold Soldier like, let me see if I can sneak through. Hey, baby, I can use some funds. The hell you can. Hey, nigga, it's Saturday. It's time to do some overtime. Well, it's going to be Saturday here in a minute for you. Overtime. Hey, that's what it's for. Hey, bruh, she can't support both of us. Hey, bro, I don't think she makes enough to trick off on both of us. I really don't think she does. And even if she did, hey, need more for me. I found her first. She put the flag up and said, hey, look here. I just wish I could find a fella who was worth the effort. I was like, okay, I saw that first. And he said, hey, women, that sounds like a good deal. Hey, man, I suggest you start your own program. I saw her first. I saw it first. That's it. Yeah, Chief, he's trying to step on toes and trying to hustle in. This is what I'm talking about. Niggas ain't got no code no more. We ain't got no code no more at all. This is why the females know they can get away with all this. We ain't got no code. Drizzle, drizzle. Well, man, FBA Freeman say drizzle, drizzle. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. As men, we ain't got no code. We don't. What the hell? Y'all, do y'all realize that was a violation of every player code that exists? Just none whatsoever. He saw me and he was like, hey. I'm like, who is this? Could y'all imagine him at the club? You talking to a chick, she's smiling, this nigga step right between you and him. It's like, wait a minute, who is this? Hey, baby, I saw you used to live down there in Sugar Land. Yeah, my name Cold Soldier. I've been looking for a woman like you. Nigga, do you see me talking to her? He jumped between us like you don't even see me standing here. What is this? I know niggas need a place to stay, but that's what I'm saying, fellas. We ain't got no code, man. We don't have this is the problem right here. There's no code. Just niggas is freestyling. They just renegading. They doing whatever. They see half a bit of a female. It's like, oh, she got two other niggas she talking to. Like, oh, that's all right. Can I be number 3? Can I be number 3? Cold Soldier saw me talking to her. He said, that's okay. I'm up next. Like, this is why the women ain't gonna change. She's like, hey, if Jason don't act right, Cold Soldier right behind him. I'm like, wow, okay, there goes my leverage. There just went my leverage. If Jason don't want it, Cold Soldier does. Okay, well, what's her incentive to act right then? He right there. She's like, Jason, he'll come wash my car. I'm like, well, okay, I can't beat that one. How am I going to beat that? He's going to move the refrigerator. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I ain't damn me Lowe's, so I guess I'm out the game. Miller Button is driving the price up on all of us. That's it. What am I supposed to do with that? Can't do anything at this point. I'm trying to. It's just, all right. Like somebody install this TV for me. I'm like, oh boy, well, I suggest you get that nigga over there so you can install it. That's my suggestion. Somebody go put out these mouse traps. So fellas, what can you say? And cut the grass? I'm like, okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'll be like July. She's supposed to be coming over cutting my grass, and meanwhile, that's okay, Jason. I don't want to fool with you no more. Anyway, Cold Soldier gonna come over here. Okay. Wow. Okay, we didn't even make her wait. She didn't even have to wait for nothing. She just, bam, just next man up. And we don't even know how old she is either. She might be like Halle. She might be about 50, 60 years old. We didn't even vet for that. He didn't ask that. He's just like, hey, she paying, we'll make it work. Bro, what about the age? We'll deal with that when we get there. All right. All right. I'm just telling y'all, it's hard times out here. It's hard times. There's people getting in where they fit in. I did tonight's program just to point it out to you, fellas. 60 is not the new 20, but for some of you, it might be the only last option. We'll see. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up here tonight. If you are new here to the business, welcome to the program that all your favorite YouTubers love to hate watch. Click that red subscribe button. Click that yellow notification bell. Join us each and every time that we are here. If you have not been to our Patreon, the link is in the description. We do it every weekend, 12 noon Central Time. You are, of course, invited to join us. Some things are coming up and some things are going down. So if you want to be a part of the breadcrumbs trail there, you might want to check on that also. They joined my Patreon for a reason. I want to thank all of you for joining tonight's program here. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot here. Because the thing was doing the most over here. And I got a feeling, I got a suspicion I know why. Yeah, there you are. Hello, Sandra. I had a feeling that was you. All right, let me send a thanks here to everyone who has contributed for tonight's program on PayPal, Venmo, all points in between here. So Serenity, thank you very much for your support, sister. We appreciate that. My man Jean, We appreciate you as well here, Young Investor, and everyone else here who's supported tonight's program. I thank you all. Thank you very much for your support. I want to thank all of you for tuning in to tonight's program. Thank you for watching live or recorded. Thank you for liking, subscribing, and sharing. And this concludes tonight's broadcast of The Business. I am your host, your brother, your humble servant, Mr. Jason Black. And until next time, my brothers and my sisters from around the world, remember, handle your business or your business will handle you.